Hamwe Festival exists to create enabling environments to foster collaboration between health sciences, health sectors, but also creative industries. So yesterday on day 2, we had very insightful conversation that were exploring themes of how can we integrate arts into global health, but also into public health and mental health. We had one of the challenging questions from one of our panelists, inviting doctors to sometimes dance and use arts when they are healing the people that they are treating. We also had a very good conversation around women and mental health. The panelists challenged us to close the gap, the gender gap that is increasing mental health issues among the female population across the world. We also had a conversation on COVID living. How can we adapt to the consequences of COVID-19? That is a pandemic that is affecting our lives. Later, during the same day, we had a conversation around resonant spaces, exploring how parks and open spaces have a great impact on our mental health globally in different cities. We talked about different parks, like a Central Park, but also this was an invitation for all of us to use open spaces creatively for the best of our mental health. But most importantly, we had you, our audience. You have been engaging with us. You sent us your questions, your reflections, but also you tweeted about these events and shared it with people around you. We are grateful for that. Today, we're gonna be having a different tone. We're gonna be having some performances, music, we're gonna be having a lot of fun, but all of that is going to be linked to the theme of mental health. More specifically, for today's agenda, we're going to be having a conversation on music and mental health and the benefits of music for mental health, but also our well-being. We're going to be having Rwandan young artists who are going to be doing a live performance through the theme of my mental health. Today, again, we are going to be continuing a theme that we have opened yesterday, which is digital exhibitions, exploring the theme of stigma, power, and hopes, and we're going to be having a different artist. The Wellcome Trust is going also to be enlightening us with a Wellcome Photography Prize. Last but not least, we're going to be having a conversation on therapeutic roles of traditional music and how music has been used as an instrument for mental health related services in the past, and how can that experience be used for modern music in order to create a health equity world currently. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce the guests of today. Our guest of honor is Dr. Zuberi Muvunyi, who is the Director General of Clinical and Public Health Services in the Rwanda Ministry of Health.
Very happy to be here today, discussing the role of music. The role of music in preventing, treating, and informing about mental illness and in reducing stigma. Mental illness is something real, and it is a public health issue, not only in Rwanda, but in many other countries worldwide. So, and methods or therapeutics or healthcare services to address or to help people with mental illness, there is a wide range of methods and opportunities. So, and most of the time, even for other diseases, pharmaceuticals is not the only way or the only solution. Yes, treatment, of course, include pharmaceuticals, but also even the interaction between the patient and the treating staff, the medical professionals, but also with the environment, the family, the friends, and that component is really very important, because mental illness is something that touch the very deep inside, sometimes maybe the intellect. So Now, this is where the music can bring comfort, can heal, can improve the problem of the mental ill person or patient. And again, people with mental illness, they do have really one of the problems is stigma. Stigma in the community, stigma with the peers, stigma with the family, sometimes friends. So always a person with mental illness will be kept aside. So he's not really offered the opportunity to interact with others. And music from the creation of the earth, I think the music has been there as a way of communicating, as a way of expressing happiness, but also expressing sadness. And in this particular case of mental illness, so music for sure can help. It is music is somehow stress suppressor, and most of mental disease or mental illness, there is a big factor of stress. So if you can combat stress, that is a very big step, and music can really help, depending of the music you are listening to. So it can be a music to relax, because there are music to relax, music for dance. Even dance is something also that can relax body and mind. And there are many types of music, and all depending on your situation, or what can really bring some relief. So music can for sure help to suppress stress and to make the person express. The person can express feelings, sentiment. In any case, bring more happiness, and that is the first step to deal with the mental illness condition or situation. And talking about stigma now, stigma is really something that will keep the person affected in a cycle, a negative one. So you are stigmatized, then you don't want to approach people, or you approach people in a non-appropriate way. So that will create condition that will bring you again in that situation where really your disease become even more hard really to handle. And so music will create that context, that settings where you feel better, you feel happy, you can express yourself without necessarily engaging people directly, because that will create maybe tensions or other problems. So music is good. Music is good not only for people with mental illness, but for everyone. And again, it is like a lifetime treating method. So you can be sick today, but even if you are not sick, listening to a music that can relax you, that can make you feel happy, that can make you feel in harmony with your community, or the environment. So that is something really good for health in general, but good also for psychological and mental health. So in brief, music is good. It is something that should be prescribed for lifetime, and that can be consumed without moderation. Yes, music is good for everybody, but in particular for people suffering from mental illnesses.
I do remember like when we were children, our grandmother used to sing for us. You know, for us as children, we thought that we were just having fun, but we didn't know that from your remarks that we were actually having a lifetime treatment against some of the mental health illnesses that were maybe awaiting us on the life journey. So music is very therapeutic, as Dr. Muvunyi just said it. And I do believe that the humanity has power to overcome so many challenges. I remember back in the days when we had HIV-related stigma, and now we have been able to overcome it slowly with efforts from different people. And I do believe that also mental health illnesses and the stigma that comes with it is also something that we're going to be collectively overcoming as humanity, as we have done for other conditions that have affected our lives in the past. On this particular tone that you just set for us, Dr. Muvunyi, we are going to be hearing from the first performance of today that is going to be done by Deo Salvator, who is a Rwandan artist. He's a recording guitarist, but also he's a music curator. He's the founder of Finger Pickers in Afriqa. Deo, take it away. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks to Hamwe Festival for the opportunity. I'm going to play for you a song that is called The Guy That Say. It tells the story about a kid with confusion from society, a kid who was a guide to her mom when he was a 10 years boy. The rejections of society, let's say, when the kid walked with her mom to the shop, then they would be, you know, you can't enter here because we think you are coming to beg. And they were just going to shop, not just begging. They went to the bank. They went to the bank just to withdraw, but they wouldn't let them in. So actually the kid is me. When I was 10 years, all that stuff happened to me when I was guiding my mom because she's blind. And like, it's kind of traumatic to a little kid to experience such rejections. And growing up, I kept thinking, like, if I felt that and I was a kid of 10 years old, how my mom did feel, right? And I wanted to step in her shoes just a little bit artistically and all, and see how it goes. So the song tells the story and the frustration behind that. And I hope anyone who's following this can be a voice to changing such things. I know that, like for now, things have changed, but I think there is still some work for us to do to change the world. Thank you. I hope you enjoy.
or not. It's what in Rwanda we call umurya w'inanga, and I also hope that you heard that guitaristic genius. You took us through a story of a 10-year-old boy, and personally, I was able to see and picture that little boy who is struggling with mental health issues. He's not the only one. I do believe that we are surrounded by so many young people, children, adults, women, and men who are struggling with mental health issues, and this has become a stigma. And I think it's even like a harsher on men, because we're talking about stigma and how can we create more platforms to talk about mental health issues. And this issue also like with our cultural norms and everything that surrounds the stigma of mental health. Sometimes it's even like harsh on some part of the population, depending on the cultural expectation that we explored yesterday. So you just reminded me what Dr. Muvunyi was talking about, how if doctors could prescribe music when we are suffering from different mental health issues. And I'm going to be challenging all of us to tweet us and tell us what do you think would happen if doctors could prescribe music when people are showing the first symptoms of mental health issues. So please use the hashtag #AskHamwe to send us your questions throughout the day. We have a team that is going to be monitoring those questions and be able that we are asking them, our audience. We can't wait to hear from you, because this is not only our festival, but also this is ours. So when I was listening to Deo playing this music, I just remembered what Professor Agnes promised us during the opening ceremony, that we are going to be using art to create hope, but also to enlighten minds. For me, that was a music that enlightens minds, and I hope you felt the same vibe. So before we transition into our first session of the day, I would like to remind you that this festival, the Hamwe Festival 2020 edition, has a theme of social justice and mental health. It is organized and hosted by the University of Global Health Equity, but also is supported by the Wellcome Trust, Ambassade de France au Rwanda, Institut Français, and Hangat. So talking about the benefits of music and how it has a lifelong effect as a stress suppressor, I'm going to be transitioning us into our first session of the day, which is around the topic of music and mental health and the benefits. Thank you. Yeah, sorry for that small technical issue. This is what the virtual collaboration and the events sometimes can look like. But yeah, the first session of today is going to be exploring the theme of the role of the music in preventing, in treating, and informing about mental health illnesses, but also reducing stigma. It will be moderated by Marlene. I would like to introduce her. So Marlene is a recent graduate from Trinity International University. She holds a bachelor's degree in psychology with an emphasis in counseling. She has worked with Solid Minds, which offers counseling services to people with emotional and psychological concerns. She has a real passion for the field of psychology, and she can't wait to continue to explore more, and we can't wait to hear more about her and her work through the session that she's going to be leading. Thank you so much.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning into this segment in which we will be discussing the benefits of music for mental health and well-being. My name is Marilyn Sangimana, and I will be facilitating this session. This session will focus on the role of music in preventing mental health illnesses, gaining insight of how music contributes in informing the public regarding mental health, and lastly, reflecting on how music is used to reduce stigma among patients with mental illnesses. Before starting the session, let me introduce to you our speakers that will be joining us. First, I would like to introduce Chris Nicholson. He is a leader in the field of music for social change. He is currently Program Development Manager for Musicians Without Borders. Before taking up this role, he worked with Music Without Borders in Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania for 4 years as a music therapist working with teenagers and adolescents. Chris Nicholson studied music therapy at the University of England. He also completed his PhD at the University of Winchester. He has performed around the world as a classic guitarist, and in 2016, Chris was awarded Associate of Royal Academy of Music. Our second panelist will be Robert Omondi. Robert Omondi is here representing the art group Mzizi Afriqa, which seeks to address societal issues from their roots. It invokes progressive dialogues. This is done through the unique use of group poetry and infusion with live music and film. This group was initiated in 2017. They have been performing at different platforms and spaces across Kenya that give room to social reasoning and consciousness awareness on societal matter through art. Mzizi Afriqa has partnered and collaborated with various players in the mental health space to bring awareness and advocacy and also connect those seeking to help to the professionals offering it, and thus resulting into progressive impact of artivism and communities. So please help me welcome our speakers for today in this panel. Let us begin with a general question for both speakers. Many people find their career path and passions through specific experiences in their lifetimes. I would like to know what about this field drew you in to essentially make a career out of it? Please feel free to speak up. Okay.
Was that to me?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi. Firstly, hi to everyone. Hi to Robert. Hi to you, Marlene. This is always a bit strange, these online conferences.
Yes.
Can you describe to me what you see there? Is there an audience in the room?
No, there's no audience. It's a live session.
Okay, so everyone is online.
Yes.
Okay. In which case, we're all in the same situation. So just to introduce myself, I'm Chris. I don't call myself a leader in the field of music for social change. Musicians Without Borders, the organization, is a leader. I wouldn't describe myself that way. I'm a music therapist, musician. Had the fortune to live in Rwanda, in Kigali, for 4 years and have wonderful memories there. Musicians Without Borders has a partnership with an HIV clinic in Kigali. We run a program in partnership there. And I worked with that program in the clinic for 4 years, giving music therapy to young patients. And also we ran community music projects in different situations. So in Eastern Province, in refugee camps, in Goma, across in Congo, in Kampala, and in Tanzania. But you asked me about my path to get to this career point, I think was the question. Sorry, I've gone off topic instantly. I think, well, I mean, as I think everything in my life, there's luck and a series of choices and, you know, past relationships, ex-wife, many factors. but more or less, I was a performing guitarist. I studied classical guitar as a performer, performed, as you said, in different situations, tried to be a performer in London. But, you know, to be a performer anywhere is a very difficult thing. And then I had an opportunity to play guitar on cruise ships, on huge ocean lining cruise ships. So I performed and traveled the world for like 8 years on cruise ships, doing a show. And for 4 years, I loved it. For 2 years, it was okay. And then for 2 years, I absolutely hated it. And I began to think that that industry was actually part of a huge problem. And I began to feel like I was part of a big problem environmentally, socially. And I started to see more clearly how, you know, we all have a role in much bigger issues. Even though we're making small decisions in life, each of those decisions plays out in a bigger way. And if we align ourselves with things which we don't support, then we need to question that. So I did a bit of a U-turn and went back to school and studied music therapy to kind of redirect my energies, redirect my music. And I always believed that performing music can be something very positive. You know, if you perform with a good intention, you perform to express something, you share something of yourself with other people. I think that's quite a powerful thing. So the performing on cruise ships, in some ways, I loved very much, because I could stand up there, and for people on their holidays, I could give something of myself. I could try and communicate something. But I thought there was other ways and other situations that I could do that in. And music therapy gave me a framework to understand that and understand some of the ways that people see music as functioning. There's many different ways people see music as functioning in people's lives. There's not one way that people understand that. And music therapy offered me an opportunity to try and understand and develop my own understanding of that and develop my own practice in that. I then, once I graduated, as part of my study, I came to Rwanda for 6 months as a placement. I had to do like an experience. Probably, Marlene, when you were studying too, you had to do some kind of experience in psychology or psychiatry? Psychiatry. Are you a psychiatrist or psychology?
Psychology.
Yeah. I'm guessing you had to do some kind of placement during your study also. I think most of us have to do that.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I did mine in Rwanda with the clinic there. And then after I went back to England, finished off my paperwork, I came back and was initially employed, I think, a day a week, which was not enough to live in Kigali. And then that expanded to 5 days over time as the project grew.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. I would like to ask the same question to Robert Omondi. What about this field drew you in to essentially make this your career?
Oh, hello, everyone. Greetings from Mzizi, Africa. We are here in Nairobi. 3 years back, we just used to perform, as our bio says, just pieces on social advocacy until it happened like almost like 2 years ago. We lost one of us to suicide, and it was a member of the band, and it really hit us hard. Before then, we never really, paid much attention in pieces that are directly involved with mental health. But until that encounter with that experience, that is when we decided to try and write. Actually, at first, we just wrote for our own selves, for our own healing, for our own therapy, because as artists, that's a form of healing. Until months later, when we had closure, we decided, let's try and perform this piece. And it's from there it started. Now a journey. 2 years later, we're still here in the mental health field, performing and advocating in different spaces that are accommodating to mental health. Yeah, so that's what led us directly to this field. And through the process, we realized, especially considering the cultural and societal context we are, especially as Africans, there's a lot of stigma related issues. And that's when we also decided to further escalate our drive and also use our art in advocacy. And it's through that we've seen the power and the beauty of just using art and music to speak up. And yeah, as in a nutshell, that those are the two triggers that really led us in the field of now advocacy outside other art performances themes that we were initially performing on. Yeah, thank you.
I have two follow-up questions for you, Robert. You did mention that you got into this field due to your friend who you lost through suicide, and I believe you wrote the song Fake Smile, if I'm correct. So one, I want to ask, before this tragedy, were you playing music just as an artist, or did you always want to pursue this field? And secondly, once you came out as a activist for music therapy, I want to know how people in Kenya kind of took that, because it's not a field that's very well known in African regions.
Yeah. We used to play music, as a band, and especially poetry. We fuse a lot of poetry and music. So it was something that we were doing in our day-to-day activities and performances. However, as I said, like the field of mental health was not within our context back then. Like it was not something that we were really vocal about, actually. And when we lost one of us, as in, it triggered, like it really touched home, and it's what now amplified now our voices in the mental health space. And the reaction to it was also overwhelming, because as you said, Fake Smile was something that was very raw, personal, and the moment we decided to share it out there, so many people related, because we realized a lot of people are struggling out there, but not so many people also talking, because there's stigma, and it's relatively a new concept to so many people. So actually, I remember when you used to first perform it, some people would cry in the audience, or others were just shaken. And for us, I cannot really explain the feeling, because it was a way of healing. It was a tribute to a friend, and also realizing, it was a moment of realization, like we were not alone. We were not the first people, or we were not alone. We were not alone going through whatever we were going through back then. And the reaction at first, it really used to overwhelm us, because people would cry and people would just get so emotional and personal, because there's something about music. Music really connects with people. It gives words to emotions. It moves you in ways and shakes you in ways that you cannot even expect. And as you said, it was not something that people are used to seeing being performed in spaces. And for us, as when we decided to take that step, okay, we said, okay, let's just perform this. So let's try start this advocacy. And it really hit people hard. And I remember as we were starting, people would really follow us for like after our performances, trying to say how much it connected with them, how we spoke some things that they had not, talked about in years, how it reminded them of person A or B, and we related with all this, and we realized that there's a gap. The gap is really there, and it's then we decided also to collaborate with other mental health organizations that now give the professional help outside now the music as a therapist. Therefore, the response was overwhelming. It was really touching. And on the other hand, it was really motivating for our side, like seeing like you can perform something, somebody can relate and feel, and later somebody texts you and tell you, hey, after you guys performed, they did this and this, and right now I'm at a better place in life, and I'm also an advocate. It was really wonderful. And another effect it had on the art scene, more artists now came up and realized, okay, we can now talk about this thing. We can write songs, we can write poetry, we can do films and all this. And it was really beautiful for us. And until now, we are really humbled and grateful to have taken this path. Thank you.
That's really amazing. Thank you for sharing that. And that's just what I love about music. It's able to touch people differently, unaware or aware. Yeah, and that's just the power in music. I wanted to ask Chris, following up with things such as culture and everything, improving culture competence and mental health is very imperative to overcoming many barriers in access to mental health services, especially in the African context. Due to the work you have done with musicians without borders throughout Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania, what are some cultural apprehensions you have experienced that conflict with the work you do?
Do you mean apprehensions that I have had, or apprehensions that I've seen in other people?
I would want you to share a little bit of both, if you could.
Yeah. You know, I think that the word culture is so big to me. It's such a big idea. Even understanding what culture is always very hard for me.
Should I explain a little more?
If you want to understand what you mean by it, I think there's many meanings by it.
There is, and I think within this context, I want to talk about more the African values or the stigma kind of around mental health at times, or unaware of what it truly is. So what are some of the difficulties you ran into when it comes to such things like that?
The stigma of mental health, I want to assert, is worldwide. I didn't see that in Rwanda. In Britain, there's current campaigns about men's mental health, women's mental health. Is always trying to push that and open that up. If I talk about culture, to me first, if I can talk about culture in the sense of music, that would help me answer that.
Go right ahead.
In that sense. And my own positioning, I think, is important, because obviously I was the foreigner when I was working in Rwanda. So it's a very, it opens your eyes when you're the person that's the outsider. You know, that I saw quite quickly that lots of my preconceptions weren't going to be very valuable to me. I remember early on when I was working at the clinic, I was asked to give a presentation of music therapy. What is music therapy? Because as a concept, it's has quite also very specific meanings. So I was presenting to the staff there what music therapy was, and I went around and I asked everyone to introduce themselves with an instrument. We sang something together, we drummed a bit together. We used it's quite a technical thing, but we used what they call a loop pedal. So we could each record different parts of music in a group, and then we could make them all sound together. And at the end, when they asked if there's any questions, the pharmacist from the clinic asked me why we hadn't done any music. You know, she said, why wasn't there any music here? And to me, I'd understood it as music. But even that simple concept of music has a meaning, you know, and that meaning can be different in different places. What is music is already a question. So I think that opened up the idea that any preconception wasn't that relevant, because I really had to meet people where they were. I was, 35 years old maybe. I didn't have 35 years of shared listening to music with the people that I was working with. People that I was working with had listened to something else. Music meant something different to people. And of course, that's always true. So even within Britain, that would be true. That if I play one song, the person that's listening to it next to me is going to hear that song differently, and it's going to mean something different to them. And that's what I mean by culture being quite an interesting thing to me, because even though we have this notion that people in certain places or people with certain backgrounds share a culture, I get what's meant by that. You know, in Britain, there's an idea of British culture, if I talk from my own experience. But often that experience of British culture it changes depending who's making the argument. So at the time of Brexit, when we were leaving the European Union, people argued for a certain British culture, and people on the other side of the argument meant something different by British culture. So it's not something fixed. It's something which is often is created in discourses according to power. In fact, I think often what we mean by national cultures. You know, I grew up in Britain. We have famous bands. We have Adele. We have I don't know, you could cite many types of famous British musicians, but not all British people like them. We've got kind of British history, but people attached to different parts of it. At the moment, there's statues being torn down in Britain because they have meanings which we weren't taught in school. And that's all linked to this question. And then we have the shared ways that we kind of behave, that we've been brought up to behave in certain ways, which I think speaks to the point that you're making, like, how have we been brought up to behave? What have we been told is good behavior? What have we been told is bad behavior?
Yes.
What do we talk about? What do we not share? What's better to, in England, we have this saying, the stiff upper lip. You know, when you're a child and you're about to cry, your lip wobbles.
Yes.
So they talk about the great British stiff upper lip. You don't cry. We've been raised to believe that. I think, well, my generation, and I hope the generations younger than me, don't believe that, because that's some idea that would be a good thing. You know, somebody thought that was good, that British people didn't cry, they didn't express when things were bad. Which on one hand makes it easier for people to overcome really difficult things. You know, that probably stems out. We had 2 huge wars that Britain was involved in at the start of the 20th century. We went through the First World War, the Second World War in quick succession. People didn't have enough food. There were bombs dropping on people's houses, you know. At that point, that we're a strong nation, we don't express things, we get through things, we're proud. I'm sure it was very valuable. And that generation of people, I don't know how they managed. It's like a remarkable thing that people came out of that and this really thrived and had happy lives. It's amazing to me. But you can I understand that maybe what was seen as valuable at that point maybe isn't seen as valuable at a different moment. Yeah. And now we're in a time where people see, you know, sharing, if you're struggling with stuff, sharing that, people would say, is more valuable, reaching out for help, seeking support. So there's a cultural shift there, I think. I don't feel fully qualified to talk about how that is for Rwandan people. You'd be the best one to say that, Marlene, actually. I think you're Rwandan, is that true?
Yes, I am.
My hunch is, if you ask a Rwandan Amakuru, they will say they're fine.
Yes.
And it takes quite an effort for someone to say they're not fine.
Yes.
If you ask, it will normally be Nimeza, Nibjiza. 99.9% of the time. And maybe that's the cultural aspect you're talking about, that if that's what you've been raised to say, how are you? I'm fine. There's something there already, isn't there? In Britain, it's the same. You know, probably people that learn to speak English, they're taught at school, how are you? I'm fine. If you ask a British person how they are, they will say they're fine also. It's maybe some similarity there, actually. So to get people to then be able to share, man, I'm really not fine. You know, I remember sitting with kids in music therapy sessions, asking how they were. They said they were fine, and I knew full well they weren't fine, you know. I knew their story.
I think that's definitely a cultural thing here too that needs to take a shift. I don't know what it is, at least with my generation, it's kind of not cool to talk about your feelings.
Oh yeah?
It makes it easier, I guess, in a way, always protecting yourself, putting up a barrier. But I think we need to really let that go if we ever want to see any change happening. But so with your sessions with, let's say, kids, how long exactly would it take for you to break that barrier or get through to them?
Yeah, always different. I think one of the wonderful things with music therapy, is that people are able to take from music what they want. You know, Robert's saying about people crying when he sang his song. It's a fair chance people were crying for different reasons, I would guess. That not everyone had the same experience, but it touched people, you know, and they were able to release something in you sharing something allowed them to share something. But it probably wasn't exactly the same thing they were sharing. People were able to take from it maybe something that was really needed by them, that they heard the song and thought, this allows me to access this allows me to process something. So there were children, youth that I worked with that probably never spoke about what was really going on. that something maybe more happened in the music. That's quite a powerful thing with music, is you don't have to express something with words. Other people, the music, they didn't express themselves in the music. We built a relationship in the music. We learned to trust each other. I was able to give them value. I was able to make them feel safe enough through music that then they were able to express something. And sometimes I would just be quite strong. I'd say, you know, are you fine? Are you really Nimeza? Or is there something? It's okay to say something. Sometimes I would also open it up, you know, maybe, but you know, you have to know that you can say something else if you want to. You can bang that drum loud if you want. You don't have to sound good. You can throw that guitar across the room if you want to. It's fine. You can break things. It's okay. You don't have to be good behavior here.
Yeah, that's really powerful. I wanted to ask Robert a question. As a representative of Mzizi Afriqa, a band of musicians, bringing awareness to mental health, how do you want to change the social structure around music therapy? And what would you like your fellow artists to incorporate this pressing issue in their work?
First of all, I like to say, as Mzizi Afriqa, we like to acknowledge that we have witnessed the power, the potential, and the role that music can play in art therapy. And therefore, as Mzizi Afriqa, we strive to keep that vibration around art therapy, you know, going, and to have more people in the society embrace it, because I think that's what we are really working on, and that's what the change we love to see in the society in regards to music as a therapy. Like to see more people embracing it, and to see more uptake towards it. You see, the beauty of music as it has a way to transcend boundaries, languages, you know, cultural backgrounds, and there's that power. And for us, there are two things. Like, one, we'd love to see more people in the society, you know, embracing it as a form of, you know, alternative or a complementary alternative to the other forms of therapy. Another thing, which we cannot also fail to talk about, is that the role that music can play in shaping the society, or changing the narrative in the society is, we all know, as in stigma. Yes, it's a worldwide thing, but also from an African context. If I speak from myself, from our background, like there's a lot of injustices perpetrated on people with psychosocial disabilities. There's a lot of discrimination. There's a lot of hurt or pain inflicted on them, owing to the stigma and cultural misconceptions that go around people living with, you know, psychosocial disabilities. And that's where music also comes in as an advocacy tool, and also as a form of education, because some of these things are just educating the masses and saying that when you see this or see that, um, it's not demonic, or it's not, somebody was not in Swahili say alirogwa, like somebody was not bewitched to be in certain way. As in, that's another role that we try so hard to play, like outside now the therapy, like as an advocacy, especially for those people who, for the people with lived experiences. Like, we try to amplify their voices and say it's okay to have a certain, to live with a certain condition, and it's fairly normal. It's just like having any other health condition, like malaria or any other thing. And also to lash out the injustices that are being done. Like, people are really locked up against their own will. Some of them are chained, sedated. Like, it's really bad, and it's really inhuman when you see some of the things that go on in the background, especially in our context. And what we've been trying so hard to do is now also focus on on the advocacy part of it and try to enlighten more people and try to talk about these people and normalize the conversation around mental wellness. And for my fellow artists, I think what I'd love to see to other artists is what we love to encourage other artists is research. Like, do your research. If you really want to immerse yourself in this field, because it's sensitive. Like it's really sensitive for what we have seen out there, and the more research you've done, the more like knowledgeable you are, the better is it for you. Like the easier is it for you, and the more impact you make out there in the society. Another thing, as artists, like we need to have empathy. Like put yourself in the shoes of the people who you're speaking for, or even if it's your own, personal experience. It really goes a long way in creating a human environment in this work. And another thing also, like also we've seen or recommend to other artists, is inclusion. Nothing is for us without us. So if artists can learn to include the stories of survivors, the persons living with disabilities, or the caregivers or the professional, if you can have a way of including their voices in the works that we give, it gives a lot of meaning to our work. It gives a lot of meaning to the therapy. It really boosts a lot. And finally, another thing I think I can say is that if you could see more of collaboration between the arts and the sciences, they can really go hand in hand. When you see, and it's something that we do a lot as Mzizi Africa. In as much as we may be performing in so many places, like doing advocacy, there are places where after the performance, like the follow-up, you really need a professional in the mental health field to now take it from there. And therefore, what we'd really encourage is collaborations between the arts and the medicine, like, and the sciences rather. If both and both can be able to work in hand, complement each other, I think we'll really have a society that is wonderful, and when we speak in the context of mental wellness. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We have a question for you, Robert, from the audience. You've talked about transcending boundaries with music. Is there a group of people, the youth, for instance, more likely to embrace music therapy? What may be done to engage other groups?
Sorry, do you mind? Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't get you there. I didn't get you. Do you mind repeating?
Yeah, someone from the audience has asked you a question. Is there a group of people, the youth, for instance, more likely to embrace music therapy? And what may be done to engage other groups?
I think what I can say is music is also relative, depending on the various age groups or age sets that they are there. So for us, since we are young people, like we find that most of the young people resonate with us because they see us as their peers, as their age mates, and therefore they easily consume our content because we are the same. We have the same. What can I say? We have the same age. However, what I feel like, I don't think there's a specific group that consumes. For what I can say, it depends on the artist. Like different people relate to different people differently. So there's a certain age group that cannot relate with us. But if there's a certain age group of an artist who is in the same age group, therefore they relate with them. Like in Kenya, we have a cultural group, Difusimu. I think they're also part of the festival. They'll be speaking. Difusimu is from the coastal area of Kenya, and there they use they fuse traditional medicines with arts to foster advocacy. And when you look at them, most of the artists there are people we have a lot of elderly, they really speak to a lot of elderly people, and therefore the artists that they use there are the elderly. Therefore, I think it's really relative. Music is really relative to whoever you're listening to. And for us, it has worked for us with the young people because we are young. However, they will also have older people, especially here in our country, who also do that, and they also have their age bracket. However, nonetheless, as I said earlier, as in there's that power of music that it can penetrate through the ages or different gaps, because sometimes it's all about also whatever you're speaking to or the content that it's in whatever you are presenting to people, and people, regardless of the age, they relate, they can relate and take something in. Yeah. And what was the second question?
What may be done to engage other groups?
Yeah, I think for other groups, simply if we expand the circle of artists or the variety of artists who are in this field, it can really go a long way, because some people may feel, maybe some people may be into poetry or some form of, because also music, it's diverse in its own way. There are those which are indigenous, you have the modern based, so if we could increase diversity, yeah, if we could increase diversity or diversify the various forms of music, and now let me say art in general, to be able to cover a wider base and a wider taste of people that are consuming, or to cover a wider base of market. So diversification can go a long way. One, from the artists who are taking part in this, and also diversification in terms of the content, like the packaging of the content that is being released to the people. So with more diversification, it also increases the base of the target audience of the content.
All right, thank you for that answer. Chris, we also have a question from you from the audience. You've discussed the choices individuals can make in choosing paths that are collectively beneficial. Are there any choices communities make to create engagement between music and mental health?
Yeah, it's a nice question. It's not been asked that question that way before, but I think my answer is that musicians are members of communities. That's the important thing, is that when we're talking about music, you know, what Robert's talking, we're talking about musicians working within communities that they're in, that musicians are part of that community. And musicians are people within communities that have a particular voice, a particular means to express themselves. And a particular audience too. There's not many people that can get up on a stage with a way of communicating with large groups of people in a way that people want to listen to and that people enjoy. And, you know, Musicians Without Borders, we talk about empowering musicians as change makers. And that starts normally within people's own communities. If you have the success that your voice reaches further, then that's great. But a lot of musicians are working very locally, and they're working with kids on a street, or they're teaching the child next door to play guitar, or they're working in a church to teach someone to sing, or performing at weddings, or performing on whatever stage or platform they can get. So I think musicians can take that action, and if there's not a musician that's already taken that action, communities can encourage that too.
Thank you for that. Closing off, I would like to ask both of you guys a question. As more people branch off from traditional therapy to seek out alternative therapies, how do you see the field of music therapy evolving within the next few years?
If I can go first on that one, then I think it's important to firstly, maybe define music therapy. I feel a responsibility to do that as a music therapist. That music therapy is, in the UK, in the USA, music therapy is defined as an evidence-based intervention delivered by a trained professional. So music therapy in the UK is protected in the same way as occupational therapy or physiotherapy. And the reason for that, as Robert alluded to too, actually, is that if you're working with people in mental health situations, and that's a very challenging area of work, and you're working with people who are vulnerable. So that takes a lot of care, and it takes, I think, a lot of awareness. So if you're asking people to open up about their feelings in a professional, in a professional way, then that should be done after training. And I agree completely with Robert when he said about musicians working with other care professionals, working with counselors, working with mental health professionals, and forming teams to work together. So, you know, if a band's working and they're introducing certain ideas to an audience, or working with children to introduce certain ideas, and there would be trained people alongside them to make sure that that's done in a responsible and safe way. I think that's extremely important. It's not for every musician to go and ask questions to people about their mental health, or to feel that they can help people with their mental health. That's not the case. And we know that music is not always helpful to mental health. I think that's also very important. Many musicians have mental health problems. If music was always good for mental health, then that wouldn't be the case. It's a prevalent issue within music and within musicians is mental health issues. We know that music can be used for negative reasons. We know that people can use, music is powerful to connect people and to spread messages. Music itself is neither good or bad in that, but it has that capacity, which is the capacity that we're talking about, the capacity to bring people together, to express something, to share something, to enable people to communicate and be together and feel valuable. That's all within music, but that's quite a powerful thing. And the other reason it's important to define, I think, what we're talking about, if we say the words music therapy, I think it's important that it means something specific, because it's important to know what actually the practices we're talking about. If we're talking about music for advocacy, it's a brilliant thing, you know, to spread messages, to go and change behavior, change attitudes, to allow people to experience something new. Which again, I hear in Robert's work that this is extremely powerful use of music. Some of the work that Musicians Without Borders have done in Rwanda is working with very young community leaders, you know, 18 years old, 19 years old, to give them the skills that they can go and run music workshops with children. They're not therapists at all. And they're trained that if a child comes to them with something which deserves more attention, or comes to them with you know, a report of abuse, or with the report of something to do with mental health, and they know where to go and report that to the counselor or to the organization head. That there's a chain of safeguarding in place, child protection policy in place, so that we don't have people overstepping the limits of their role or the limits of their training. So I think that's very important. And that's not to say music therapy is any more valuable than other fields of music for social change. It's just to be specific. Also, I'm a researcher also, and I read a lot of papers where people just talk about music doing things, but they don't define what kind of music it was or how that music was delivered. I can remember at school, for example, being shouted at by music teachers. Music teachers telling me I was doing it wrong, and that did not fill me with confidence. So when I read papers about music giving people confidence, I'm always wondering quite how that happened. If I read papers about music empowering people, I wonder how that happened, because, you know, you can make someone feel awful. You can throw them out the choir. You can, you know, not allow them to play the guitar. You give them a drum and sit them in the corner. You know, you play the drum over there, and the cool kids get the guitars and the pianos over here. So it's not always an empowering thing. So therefore, the kind of methodology or the approach being used, I think, is really important, and definition is important. So to answer your question, as people, and also I when I hear alternative medicine, I always think of things which are not so evidence-based. I don't know if that's true, but I think of things which are extremely useful to people, but are maybe not so evidence-based. Homeopathy, for example, would be an example I would come with, that maybe really helps a lot of people, but I don't think has the same research base. I can be wrong with that. So I don't want to offend homeopathists. I haven't done that research. But there's different fields which I think fall under that. Crystals would be one. You know, things which are not necessarily evidence-based, but help people. So music therapy, we would say, has an evidence base. It does have an evidence base, as does the use of music in choirs for people that are suffering with isolation, as does the use of music with people with dementia, as does the use of music with children who are autistic, or for advocacy use. There's huge case studies of music changing attitudes. You cited HIV at the beginning. I think that's a good example. So the future of music therapy, I would like to expand that to be the future of the use of music to engage with issues of mental health. To me, is about increasing access to music in ways that are helpful to people. And that can mean the expansion of choirs that people want to join. That can mean free music lessons to children. If you teach children how to play instruments when they're young, that means they've got access to music for life. You're giving them that amazing resource, like a 10-year-old child that can already play guitar. They've got a lifetime of playing music. Like the minister said earlier, Dr. Muvunyi was talking about lifetime access to music as a therapeutic activity. Then give children access to that lifetime activity as long as possible, I would say. I would open that up. I'd be employing bands like Roberts to go and perform around the country. You know, I'd be doing that. I'd have that as policy, you know, not just communicating with kids through televisions to advocate for things. I'd have bands that they want to listen to performing at festivals. I'd encourage festival organizers, you know, Kigali Up, I'd encourage them to have bands and areas which allow people to advocate for mental health, even open up spaces where people can discuss mental health in safe ways. All of that and more. I'd be asking about musicians in communities. I'd be employing more musicians in schools. I'd be employing more musicians as community workers. I'd be offering musicians training in community music making or in music therapy, opening up music therapy courses at your university there. The Global Health University, I'd have music therapy right in there. At Kigali University, Rwanda National University, I'd have music therapy courses and see it as part of the expansion of global health policy. All of that.
Well, thank you for that. Hopefully we get to see that.
Are there people there that can do that?
Hopefully, yeah. I think well, thank you for that. And I hope we get to see that within the near future. Robert, I would like to ask you to answer the same question.
Yeah. I think Chris has really done a really good job in foreseeing the future in terms of music therapy. And all I can say is, based on what he says, I think we should have more defined and clearly structured terms on what's music therapy and what's music advocacy and what applies here and what applies there. And it's really important considering everything that Chris has said. And that's where the future should lead, like a more defined and clearly structured way of engaging music in therapy. And another thing I love to see is like more programs enrolled in terms of capacity building to artists who want to join the field, specifically for music therapy. Like the future, it's something that can also happen in the near future, both in small and large scale, like seeing more artists being educated and going through a formal system of being trained on using music therapy on a professional point. And And yeah, I think that's all I can say. Thank you, Chris. Actually, you've like spoken all that I wanted to say. And probably just to conclude, I'd like to say probably a future where both the music, or generally now the arts and now the sciences are working hand in hand to have a better society. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that panel to Robert and Chris. I would like to introduce our next speaker. Her name is Lucinda Jarret, who will give us a presentation. But before that, I would like to tell you more about her. She is an award-winning cultural leader who is a published poet and writer. She founded Rosetta Life in 1977 to give a voice to people living with serious illness whose voices are often unheard. She is a skilled performance arts facilitator and has strong experiences in principles of co-design and co-production. In 2016, she developed Dream Difference as a way of enabling young people living with loss, displacement, bereavement, or mental illnesses to witness each other's stories and gain a voice and confidence in the process. She currently leads Stroke Odysseys, a national network of ambassadors driving change in perception of disability in life after stroke through performing arts. So I'd like to ask you guys to help me welcome Lucinda Jarret.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Oh, no problem.
So I'm going to, I realized that my biography threw out all those words and I sort of feel like empowering and voice. So I'm going to begin by defining, briefly defining our practice, and then explaining about the poetry site and why we introduce music and what the point of it is.
No problem.
So my practice is in participatory arts. I'm not a therapist. I never had been. I've worked in hospice care, bereavement care, neurorehabilitation, and in children's refugee context and drug addiction for 20 years, but always as an artist, because I believe the power of imagination and art is healing in and of itself. That's not to say that music therapy doesn't do the same things. It does. But I don't ever aim to improve people's health through the music. The music is healing in and of itself. And I think there are several principles we might explore in our research. The key factor is the balance between compassion and care in the company that's nurtured. So one of the things that Chris just mentioned was the significance of being judged. And when you build a company of people who are there to listen to each other with principles of generous listening, where you're listening with your heart and your whole body and not your head and not your mind, it fosters and nurtures a company and community of care and compassion and empathy. And these values become very, very significant, because actually what you're doing when you build a performance company is building relationships. Relationships that are healthy because they're formed through understanding and listening. So those are perhaps the principles. Co-design and co-production just mean I as a director or a deviser, I do very little except notice what people are doing. So people, all the participants in our projects come up with ideas, and my only role is to notice them and make them visible at the right moments in a performance. So co-design means we do it together. It's a very, very simple process. So what is Dream a Difference? Dream a Difference was founded in 2016. It links 10 countries. It links Syria, Palestine, Bangladesh, India, Uganda, South Africa, Zimbabwe, who I missed out? Syria, Palestine, the UK, and the USA. And we wanted to create a forum where children could become visible to themselves. In the growing field of human rights, I work a lot in adolescent mental health units, where children feel invisible because they've become invisible firstly to themselves. and then to everybody else. So when I walk into a suicide watch unit, most people are at the edges of the room. They're hunched over, invisible. And what poetry does is enables them to find a language that's theirs and that's particular, and enables them to make a creative remaking of language that enables them to be seen, firstly to themselves and then to others. In Palestine, young people feel ignored and unseen by the world. When their poems are seen by other schools, and when people write back to them, they feel visible and they feel seen, and they are visible and they are seen. So the poetry exchange was to enable people who often in that field of children's human rights and human feel invisible or unseen for whatever reason. They may be children as a result of conflict who feel that their stories are no longer heard. Children in refugee camps in Uganda who've lost their parents and don't feel that anyone is speaking up for them. Children in England at risk of exclusion. One of the important things when we considered the poetry exchange site was to make sure that we weren't pitching the UK schools as people who could listen to children in the third world or the global south who were being heard. Children in America who've lost their homes in forest fires. They're some of the children who are speaking. Children in a secondary school in Harare were paired with children in a secondary school in England, in Brixton, where they were all at risk of exclusion. They'd been suspended from school 2 or 3 times. Their literacy rates were really poor. And when they saw and witnessed the poems written by the Prince Edward Secondary School in Harare, whose attainments and aspirations were so high, it lifted the aspirations of the children in England. So all these principles we took into account, how to make it balanced, how to make children in equal relationship, and then the poetry site was born. You can see the impact of this in a small poetry film I'm going to show you now from Palestine. So what you see is the children from Palestine wanted to make a film of their poems. Not only did they record them on their phones, but they went into a television studio and recorded them with the most astonishing lighting and really profound sound quality, because it mattered to them that they were being seen and heard. So I'd like you to see now this first film from Palestine of a poem read from Prep B Secondary Girls' School in Gaza. And we'll just look at the first minute. Thinking that
أريده عالماً لا يستبيح دما ولا ينقل في أوزاره القدما. I want a world without siege, without fear, without need. أريده بسمة لا تعرف الألم. أريده ضحكة لا تذكر السأم. I want a world without hunger, without blood, without tears. أريده دون جوع، دون خوف، دون مرتعش في الريح يحلم لو سال الدجى كرما. أريده أن يعرف الإنسان يعشقه. أريده أن يمنح المحروم ما حرم. I want a smile that doesn't know pain. أريده أن يمنح الأعمى نواظره ويمنح الطفلة المشلولة القدم ويمنح الطفلة المشلولة القمم. هذا هو حلمنا الجميل الذي هفت إليه أرواحنا، فمن رحم المعاناة تخيلنا عالماً جديداً، عالماً سعيداً، خالياً من الهموم، من الأحزان، من الآلام. لهذا قمنا بتنفيذ توأمة مع 15 دولة، منها إنجلترا، سوريا، بنغلاديش وأمريكا، حيث عبرنا عن حلمنا الشريد من خلال تبادل الأفكار والأحلام.
Thank you. So I just wanted to show you, the amazing thing about that film is they're all smiling. They're speaking with such joy because they're being heard. So having run this project, and also at the end there, the clip that is only in Arabic and not translated, you'll see that it was all done digitally, even in 2016, through Skype exchanges. So they partnered through Skype and witnessed each other online. So obviously we realized that not only was it important that people are visible to themselves and to others, but the visibility to others was becoming increasingly important. If we were really to represent social justice and let their rights and their issues, their stories be heard, we had to give them the right platform. And in 2019, we curated all the poems into a libretto, which is just a musical story, and a composer set it to music through participatory musical workshops. So a Ugandan musician came in and taught children about drums. A Syrian oud player came in, taught them about Syrian music. In a Skype workshop with Syria, when we were writing the libretto, the Syrian children had told us about a bomb that had exploded, and a child had lost her legs and been in hospital for a long time. And we put that into the libretto with her permission. But when we came back to do the music workshop, she said, "Oh no, you can't say that. We're strong. We're girls. We look ahead. We hold hands. We're walking ahead. We're walking slowly and confidently ahead." And so the composer asked them to say it and to sing it. And that became the final anthem of the opera. So it was very participatory. And I want to show you, but in terms of the ambition of music to reach people, the libretto was performed at the Royal Albert Hall, which many of you won't know that, but it's the largest concert hall in England. So it seats 3,500 people, and it was sold out. So these stories that were recorded on iPhones in small tenements and hamlets and villages, in a refugee settlement in in Kampala in Uganda, were then incorporated into the libretto and shown not only to 3,500 people in the audience, but were sung by 1,500, a choir of 1,500. Now, the significance that is not only the empathy of understanding and witnessing, but then the power, I use that word power, of having your story heard by 3,500 people who you know their lives are going to be changed by having it heard and witnessed. So I want to show you now a very short clip of the way that a simple poetry project becomes a powerful musical exchange. And this is called Dare to Dream, and it's from the libretto that was performed at the Royal Albert Hall. And the poem at the heart of this segment is called Fish. And I'm just briefly going to tell you the story behind it. So the poem is Fish. I don't know if I have it here. Yes, Fish, you are so great, you are my hero. My grandmother sells fish, my mother sells fish, all to get money and pay my school fees. Fish, fish, fish is my hero. You saved my uncle from death. He was poisoned, but mummy sold fish. The money saved my uncle. Fish, you are so great. Now that's more of a chant. It's already more of a musical incantation than what we would call a poem. But everyone's traditions are different. And what happened when that poem was read in England was children were astonished. You know, salmon, cod, calamari sticks, and fish saved someone's uncle because he was poisoned. So it not only enables people to understand and promotes global understanding in terms of poetry and sharing ideas, but really helps people understand exactly how lives can be completely different and how they are the same. So I'm going to show you this short clip, and you'll see how the composer how we listen to Uganda, or at least I hope that you see how we listen to Uganda. I shouldn't say you'll see, you may do. If we could show the clip next, please, from 1 minute 41 to 3 minutes 20. I'd be really grateful. Thank you.
Fish, oh fish, you are so great. You are my hero. My grandmom sells fish.
This is the wrong clip.
My mom sells fish, all to get money and pay my school fees. Fish.
Sorry, this is the wrong clip.
Fish, fish. Mwah. You.
Sorry, it's the wrong clip. I mean, it's lovely to see that, but you'll see that that's the poem on the iPhone, recorded. But now I want to show you how it was incorporated into the musical performance. So we link poetry and song. Is that possible to do? So from 1 minute 40 to 3 minutes 20. So that was the poem as recorded on an iPhone in Kampala. And now, do you want me to share my screen and show it?
Oh, no, it's okay. I think we can, if it's okay, we'll just move past that one. Due to technical difficulties, we don't really seem to have the clip.
Okay, I'll share it then. I can show you. The problem is the sound won't be so good, but if you could let me.
Okay, it's working, it's working.
Sorry, is this the right one? Could you just,
You can play it from your screen if you'd like.
If you just let me share screen. Okay, it won't take me a second. It's worth seeing, I think. Okay, hold on. Ah, damn, hold on, sorry. 1 second, it won't take it. Okay, here we go. I'll share the original sound and it may make it better. Thank you. Share screen, here we go. One second.
You are so great. You are my hero. My grandma tells me. My mom tells me. Oh, get happy and get life for me. You are my hero. You said I am from there. He was my son, but my mom told me. Then I said my uncle. You are so great. You are my hero.
Sorry, I forgot I was sharing. There, so hopefully that you can see how that was incorporated then into the libretto. The libretto lasted half an hour. A choir of 1,600 children from 20 schools sang it, and it was performed to 3,500 and live streamed on Facebook, so everyone could see it. So you may say, why poetry and song? Why not direct to song? And for me, you have to start with poetry, because song is an incantation. It's much more of a public performance. Poetry enables you to remake yourself. It has a space for complex language that enables you to layer emotions. It also enables you to begin through rebellion. Poetry in itself is an act of revolution. You're remaking language, rewording it. And once you start with poetry, then when you've gained in confidence, then you can begin to think about song and music and choral structures and really being visible.
You mentioned, sorry.
Go ahead.
You mentioned the importance of being seen and being heard, but in the context of a global pandemic, where may people feel particularly unseen, unheard? Can poetry remain transformative?
Of course, more so than ever. Last week, I did an online workshop to the Oxford Adolescent Mental Health Unit, where people were on suicide watch. I couldn't see them, but they could see me because of the issues of broadcasting images. There were 2 teachers translating the workshop, and children who hadn't been engaged with any schooling for a long time engaged immediately in poetry. Perhaps more than ever, this is important because the pandemic has taught us that we can make global connections without difficulty. We can bring South America, Uganda, Harare, Zimbabwe into our room. You are in my office now in ways that we would never have thought possible except through complicated Skype connections. We can bring workshops. So let me give you one more example. Here's an amazing story that I often tell, but it always moves me to tears, so forgive me if I cry. There's a young girl who from Zimbabwe who told the story of her mother who died of AIDS and how difficult it was for her as a bereaved child. So she wrote that poem and sent it to the site. A child from England who'd lost her best friend to cancer wrote back and said, I can give you an answer. Every night before I go to bed, I recall my best friend's face. I draw it in my mind. I remember her eyes, her smile, her dimples, and the way she used to raise one eyebrow. And she sent that back to the child in Zimbabwe, but it went online and a child in Palestine picked it up and said, I lost my sister in a bomb and now I have a way to keep her in my heart, apart from her teddy bear. And these were shared as poems that became the most heavenly song that I have ever heard, but we never recorded it. So of course poetry is important. It holds the most complex emotions in ways that narrative and linear words and grammar can never do, because it implodes them and explodes them instantly. And what music does is it enables us to thread those together. The call and response, the structures of dialogue and conversation become a unified conversation that's sung and engaged in collectively. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I have another question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Spaces such as theater, where you're able to perform poetry, music, are very inclusive. So how do you go about bringing a level of comfortability to where everyone can share their story?
I think that's just the skill of good arts practice. I'm sure Chris and Robert would agree. It's by building trust, by enabling people to trust the space. That's the most important thing. Icebreakers, simple poetry games, making it accessible, making it easy, taking away any notion of technique, meter and rhyme, and prioritizing voice and story, and creating a space with simple rules around generous listening and witnessing and the space to respect each other and difference. It's just good arts practice. And anyone would tell you that. And infusing a space with compassion, care, connection, and navigating compassion, care, and creativity, which is just good co-production.
We have another question from the audience to all. What kind of patients qualify for music therapy or this other type of?
Well, as I said, I'm not a therapist, but my principle has always been you can work with anyone. I think in 2008 we worked with. In fact, I should show you that. Yeah, okay, I should show you this. I'm going to end my presentation in a minute with one more song, but I've worked with people who have no words, and obviously music therapy is very powerful. We've also worked with a young child who had a massive stroke at age when she was born, and the doctors told her that she wouldn't live for more than a few months. And her foster carer looked after her, filled her with love, and she lived to the age of, when I met her, she was 5 years old and still going strong. And the only sound she had was nursery rhyme language. So if she wanted to call mama, she would sing a nursery rhyme tune. So yes, anyone, I mean, music therapy is a huge force in children's hospices. So driving music with children who have no words, who apparently have very little cognition or movement, is a really powerful form of connecting families, enabling families to play and learn to connect and communicate together. Should I just tell you where we're going next with this project, and then it provides a way for other people to join in?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
So the Dream of Difference poetry site created, every year we make an anthology. So this is the last one we did. We're connecting poems from all the countries. And one of my challenges is I send boxes of these poems to all the countries. And I've sent a box 5 times to Palestine, and each time it gets turned back at the border. So that's one of our only challenges is how to get books across the border. But what we're going to do over the next 2 years is, because the performance at the Royal Albert Hall, although it was live streamed, had a platform in the UK, we're now going to work over the next 2 years with poetry and song and create 360 films of the songs. So that 360-degree films creates an immersive environment. So you enter into other people's worlds, and those song exchanges will bring countries together literally in an immersive 360-degree film. And children who can't broadcast their images will create avatars, so their voice can be broadcast, but will create avatars for themselves in their spaces. And then those 360-degree film installations will be connected, and every country that participates will get the same experience of a 360-degree film viewable through Google Cardboard. But also the immersive dome, the tent, can be toured. So it can go to refugee tents as a dome. It can go to, it's going to go to London Frieze Art Fair, where it has an arts profile, and to art galleries, but it'll also go to refugee camps and to hospitals and to the communities in Brazil and Dhaka. So that's what I wanted to say, that the other important thing about this sphere of music and human rights is to keep listening and keep learning, because there's always new developments and new technology, and we can always strive to do better and always strive to make work that's more democratic and more equal. So keep learning and keep listening, and never, ever think we've got when people say we've got a model that works, my heart sinks, because there isn't a model that works. We keep learning, we keep developing. Every new community, every new person is a new engagement and a completely new adventure. So it's always a new framework for new adventures and new learning. So if you are interested, get in touch, because we always welcome new journeys and new musicians and new communities to work with. Thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the participants that were part of this session. We've truly learned a lot. This session has broadened our understanding of music therapy and its benefits and well-being. It has also been a reminder to us that culture plays a key role on how we deal with mental health. We need to realize that is often these disconnects from our patients. There's a lack of understanding, and the first step should be the ability to open a conversation. Giving the people the time and space to do this could help them break down their mental health issues. Thank you so much for tuning in with this session, and we'll be continuing from here on.
Thanks, Marlene.
Hi there. My name is Iyanu Adebiyi. I am a spoken word artist from Nigeria. I am so happy to be part of Hamwe Festival 2020. It's been so insightful, so educative. I've had the opportunity to hold space for my brothers and sisters, listen to their grief, their anger about things, in our mental health system, the racism, particularly the colonialism in our mental health systems. I've been awakened and even more conscious about these things. I've listened to activists, artists, researchers, professors. My head is full with knowledge, and I still want to learn more. The festival is ongoing, so you can join us. I will be performing on Sunday. The conversations have inspired, me to write this poem titled Man, and I'll be performing it on Sunday. You don't want to miss it. I'll be performing with other artists, and we'll be having conversations around the colonial legacies in our mental health systems. Come, let's learn. Let's hear each other out. Let's hold space for our brothers and sisters. Let's be better. Let's do better. Let's be conscious. Don't miss it for anything, and see you guys soon.
Thank you so much to our moderator and the panelists. What a very insightful session. I think there's so much to unpack in this conversation. And if I could challenge us a little bit more, I was thinking that since we are in a world where innovation is shaping the current trends, let's imagine if pharmaceutical companies could create music-based pills. How would that look like? And I know this is really something that can only happen in a virtual world, but I wanted to bring your attention to the conversation that we do have in the global health space about the negative role of sometimes like pharmaceutical industries playing in creating or contributing to addiction to medication for the current populations. And I'm now wondering how things would change if we could integrate medication and art as part of the healing of some of the illnesses that are affecting our population. I think this conversation is like inviting us to bridge that gap between science and art, and between collaboration that is needed to ensure that we are offering people the best option for different issues that they are struggling with. But our panelists really drew our attention to different components around the element of music. They said that music means different things to different people, but music allows us to connect. We also talked about music therapy, where it is now showcased that is an evidence-based intervention that is helping people, especially children, to fight against mental health issues. We talked about the fact that there's no size that fits all. Music is not the only solution to mental health issues, but it's part of the solution. I was laughing when Chris was talking about, we have a lot of singers who are struggling with different mental health issues. So if music was the only solution, they'll be doing well. But as much as it is a complex issue, it also invites us to collaborate a little bit more to ensure that we have sustainable solutions to mental health issues. He also mentioned the element of mutual trust that comes when experts are using music therapy. It really foster a sense of empathy and trust between the patients, but also the therapists. Our panelists invited us to recognize that it's always okay to not always feel good, and recognize that sometimes we have elements of sadness, a little bit of a depression, even sometimes deep and chronic depression, and it's okay to reach out to friends and people and say, I'm not feeling good today. Can you help? Asking people, how are you doing? Now I feel like we're challenged to even push it a bit harder when someone just say, I'm doing fine. How do we push back to ensure that, we are very attentive to our peers and to people that we are talking to, not just asking, how are you doing? I'm fine, then we kind of move on. How do we pause as individuals, as human beings, to be there for each other, to create a connection that heals the soul of the humanity? So we also watched a very powerful video featuring voices from Palestine, painting a bright world that they would like to see. And I think Lucinda has really, gave us very, very deep insight. And if I could just summarize it in one takeaway for me, it was the importance of poetry, but also how music and arts create that deep sense of compassion, care, and creativity. So if you have questions, keep sending them to us, to our panelists, using the hashtag #AskHamwe. We're going to be incorporating them into the conversation. And as a reminder, this is Hamwe Festival organized by University of Global Health Equity, supported by Wellcome Trust, Ambassade de France au Rwanda, Institut Français, and the Hangouts. So yeah, there's no music, there's no festival without music, right? So we are going to be having a lot of performances today. And our next session is actually a very important one. And I would like to deliver on our commitment to make this event feel like as if we were together, and our promise to have fun. So today's session, as we said, they are going to be connecting music, photography, and mental health. And now we're going to be transitioning into my mental health projects. Our next performers, they are very special ones. They are called Isis and Sarah, and they're young Rwandan artists from Green Hills Academy. They have inspiringly contributed to the global conversation around mental health that the Hamwe Festival is creating today by representing the voices of the youth who are sometimes not much represented and included in these particular conversations. So let's hear first from Isis' performance. Thank you.
My name is Isis Rwamasirabo, and I'm a visual artist in high school. I got introduced to mental health at school. We had this student-led guidance counseling program, so I was participating as a student counselor. Slowly by slowly, I started to integrate my learnings from this experience into my art. My first piece is named Open Your Eyes. It is a commentary on how often older generations may be a little bit close-minded on matters surrounding mental illness, simply because in their time, things weren't the same. This piece is an attempt to see it through a different perspective. Note the CD, which is symbolic for our generation, the so-called E-generation. A generation more and more interested in understanding mental health and that believes that mental illnesses should be treated with as much care as physical illnesses. The second piece is named Lost. Because of stigma associated with mental illness, people who suffer from those illnesses tend to feel alone and hopeless. They can feel isolated and due to their condition may become less and less functional in society, thus not knowing what to do with themselves. They feel lost. This piece is named Abana Bakuze, which means the kids have grown in Kinyarwanda. I believe that in Rwanda's past, children had to mature quickly due to the harsh living conditions. When I listen to the stories of our elders, I can see that they didn't get to have the upbringing that we do, which is why sometimes they don't understand the problems that we face, and they are not necessarily problems in their eyes. Our country has been transformed and our generation benefits from it, which creates a disconnect between generations. Our country is now in a better place. This is a time of reform, hence the phoenix, a symbol for reform. The black and white background is a migongo, a traditional decoration from Rwanda. This piece is named Underneath the Mask. People tend to put on a strong face, almost like a mask. Whether or not you struggle from mental illness, society forces you to appear strong. In our culture and beyond, mental illness is considered a weakness. This burden is especially laid on the back of Black women, who throughout history have been forced to be stronger and carry the burden of their communities on their shoulders. Fix my problems. It seems sometimes that everyone has a solution for you. Pray more, sleep better, try harder. Stop putting yourself in sad situations. It can be overwhelming when too many people have something to say, but no one has the answer. When I'm feeling overwhelmed, I tend to dissociate from the current situation. Everything that's overwhelming me keeps spiraling around me, but I'm too detached from reality to be bothered by it. My last piece is called Just Pray More. Another big generator of stigma is religion. Of course, everyone is entitled to their beliefs, but what people don't understand is that prayer and deities cannot be the solution for everything. You need to be more self-propelled in order to fight your demons, and holy books, although they may offer comfort and perspective, are not the sole solution. It must be understood that seeking treatment outside of religion does not make you a sinful person.
Isis, so you just said so many people have something to say, but not everyone has solution for everything. I promise you that these performances are going to be very inspiring, and thank you for inviting us to use the element of our spirituality through the Pray More invitation. So now let's hear from Sarah's performance.
Reaching up for air above the water, and I can't reach, but I still try to. I know I need to make it through today, 'cause maybe tomorrow won't hurt this way. So I'll keep on reaching, I'll keep on reaching into the dark, into the dark. I'll keep on reaching, I'll keep on reaching into the dark, into the dark. I'm quiet, but I have a lot to say, and I hope you listen to me. And I know I need to make it through today, because maybe tomorrow won't hurt this way. So I'll keep on reaching, I'll keep on reaching into the dark, into the dark. So I'll keep on reaching, I'll keep on reaching into the dark, into the dark. Ooh. So I'll keep on reaching, I'll keep on reaching into the dark, into the dark. So I'll keep on reaching, I'll keep on reaching into the dark, into the dark.
Thank you.
Ooh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Our next conversation is going to be a conversation that we have opened yesterday, which is about digital exhibition, exploring the themes of stigma, power, and hopes. As yesterday, I was introduced by Njonge Karangwa. I'm going to invite her again on stage to be introducing our next artist. Thank you.
Our work started as we were exploring how creative industries could collaborate with health sectors, and we're also exploring the role of culture in health.
When we talk about mental health, these are everyday experiences. The work that we're doing on mental health, everyone should be involved.
Naganiriye n'abahanzi twari kumwe, ariko kumva ko hari abahanzi bashobora kwinjira muri sekta yacu kandi mu buryo buteguye neza, twumvishe bidushimishije. Yaba ari ukwandika, yaba ari gushushanya, buriya ibibazo byo mu mutwe nabyo ubuhanzi bushobora kongera kugira ngo umuntu asubire mu buzima busanzwe.
My hope is the festival will foster understanding, collaboration between the different healthcare sectors and the different artists.
In this time, thank you very much for being part of Hamwe Festival. My name is Njonge Karangwa. I'm the chief organizer for the festival. And I'm here to talk to you about our project Stigma, Power and Hope. It's a project that we're going to discuss all across the three days that are left of the festival, including this one. We started yesterday. So we talk about the different barriers that we have documented that were reported to us in terms of access to treatment, but also in terms of what make people not be in a state of mental health. And then we talk about what people hope. And to have this discussion, we engaged with 4 Rwandan artists. You met one of them yesterday, Chris Hawase, that is a visual artist that expressed herself through collage. And today you're going to meet another one named Alice Kayibanda, a photographer. What I would like to do just before we discover the work of Alice and just before we meet her is to thank all of our partners. For this festival, we had the opportunity to collaborate with Wellcome Trust, the French Embassy, the French Institute, and also Hangout. We thank so much also the organization that made that possible, the University of Global Health Equity that we are representing. So thank you. So without further word, I would like to introduce a little video that would show Alice and what she's done with us through the process. And then I'll invite her to join me on stage so she can discuss this with us. Thank you very much.
Impamvu iyi project yanshimishije kurusha ibindi kubera ko njya gukira ikibazo cya depression nabikize kubera ko natangiye gufotora gukoresha art mu kuba abantu bafasha umuntu ufite ikibazo cya mental health ari ibintu bifite agaciro kanini. Aba artiste ni abantu observe, ni abantu bakunda kuvuga emotions zabo, ni abantu babona ibindi abantu batabona, ariko akenshi ntabwo dushobora kubisobanura scientifiquement ngo tumenye icyo ari cyo. Aho rero umuganga, icyiza cy'umuganga araza akagusobanurira uko umuntu akora, uko behavior z'abantu ugasobanukirwa ukamenya, noneho bakaba bagufasha kugira ngo ube watanga message ku bantu wenda babona ibihangano byawe, ugatanga message noneho iri scientifique, nta kintu na kimwe wibeshyeho, kandi bakanagufasha n'ukuntu ushobora gutanga iyo message kugira ngo itagira n'umuntu ikomeretsa cyangwa umuntu ibangamira. Ikintu cyanteye ubwoba ni ukuntu nabonye ko hari akazi kenshi ko gukora mu bintu bya mental health, cyane cyane mu Rwanda. Abantu uganira nabo ahantu hose tugenda, ibyo twabonye cyane cyane nk'abantu bari hano muri jenoside, iyo utekereje ibintu byose byabaye noneho ukagira n'information kuri mental health bituma wumva wikanze cyane cyane kubona ikintu cy'ubuvuzi n'ubumenyi buhari na information zera biracyari hasi. Nyuma yaho maze kumenya ibintu bya depression wenda namenye ahantu byaturutse kugira ngo ngire depression. Ntabwo byaje gutya wenda mu bibazo by'ubuzima. Nari mu relationship ariko ndi abused. Ntabwo wenda tuvuge ngo umuntu yarankubitaga iki ariko psychologically nk'umuntu akugenda akubwira imyaka myinshi akubwira ikintu cyo kuvuga nta kintu na kimwe ushobora kugeraho uri zero, nta kintu uvuze. Wenda ikintu gituma photography yaramfashije nuko nabashije kubona ko I needed to prove something to myself kuko hari ikintu nshoboye gukora. With all the information I got from the specialist from the residency and all the questions I was able to ask, before I would just Google things and then, but during the residency, because there were so many specialists, I got the opportunity to ask all the questions that I have that were not, were still mystery to me. As a parent, I know that when you suffer from depression, you hurt your kids. I know that there's some parents who hurt their kids without knowing. And then I just hope that with my work, some parents will be able to speak to their kids, so their kids will have like an opportunity to tell their parents how they feel about themselves, and so that the families can work together. I used my daughter as a model because she also suffered from depression. She was living in China, and when we were talking about it, I could see that she has started to be depressed. And then we had, even before the workshop, we had talked about it. Really, my work and my photographs are a mix of my feelings and mix of our feelings together. And I'm so glad because with this workshop, we were able to talk about depression and in depth. Yeah, it was really an occasion for us to bond and talk about how we feel. I focused on my experience with depression. The first phase when I didn't know what was wrong with me. I was so confused. I was sad all the time. In the second phase, I'll pray, but I'll not feel anything. Because I'll pray because people will tell me you should pray about it, but I could not feel anything. In the last phase, that's when I started to feel the love of my kids, the love of God. My message is that people can heal. You may deal with your problem for a long time. Or sometimes you just might need to live with it, but still try to manage it. I would say that confusion, the first phase, and the fight and acceptance. As a self-taught photographer, I can teach myself a technique and then succeed. So it makes me feel good about myself as a photographer also. And I think it's also important for me as a photographer to feel good and to love my work also. After the workshop, I decided to read more about depression, management, therapy, and now I'm thinking that maybe I need therapy, but I'm still hesitating. I have not decided yet. Art nabivuga nk'ikintu cyankijije kikankiza mu gihe nari mfite désespoir.
Part of Hamwe Festival. So now I'm together with Alice. As you can see in the video, we've been working together, Alice, a group of scientists, and other artists, part of this residency at UGHE. We apologize for the little technical issues, but we're coming back very soon. We're on? Okay, great. I'm very sorry. So we're on. So I'm together with Alice. Alice, welcome.
Thank you.
So My first question would be for you to tell us a bit about this experience, Stigma, Power and Hopes, in your, what's the outcome for you, what the events, what part of it were interesting. That would be nice to hear a bit about your experience.
I've been really I wanted to work on depression for a long time, but I didn't really know how to start, where to start. And this was a great opportunity for me because I had the courage, and I was a bit worried that if I start to work on a project like this, I may be wrong. I didn't know where to start, really. I'm really grateful that I was selected for this project.
And we're very grateful that we had you. May I ask, and as you said, it's a personal project. I think that we're going to very closely go and discuss the beautiful images that you've produced. Would you tell us the general theme? Tell us more about it before we go image by image.
This is really my life that I'm trying to show what I went through with depression, how it started, and where I am now.
Okay. We stand and we go closer?
No problem.
Okay, so camera, follow us.
I think we should start.
Yes, you lead, I follow.
The first photos, this is where it started. I isolated myself, but I isolated myself because I had realized that the more I talk about my sadness, it was really heavy and people could not stand talking with me. And the reason I took the picture from a distance is because that's how I felt. I felt like I was watching my life, but from a distance. I didn't have any feeling, I didn't have anything. I had changed, I could see that I changed. I didn't know what was happening to me. The second photo, this shows my confusion. I didn't know what's happening. I was sad, confused, but I tried to hide it because I had a job and I had to put on a happy face. The second picture, that's when I started to understand that something was wrong with me, and I decided when I'm at work, I'm going to laugh. When at home, I'm going to cry, and sometimes I would just feel like not talking to anyone. I would just be there and just be there with that. I would just freeze. I can't really explain how it felt. So in this phase, that's when I decided, okay, I'm going to put on a mask. At work, I'm going to laugh. No one is going to know what's happening to me. In this phase, that's when I started photography. I started photography, it was really by accident. I was at work, I took a picture, and my former boss saw the picture I took. He said, "You really can be a photographer." I decided, okay, maybe I can try it. And then I started, when I took the first picture and when I saw the reaction of people, it was a man that was standing at Lake Kivu, and everyone was telling me, "This is a nice picture, I can buy it, I can buy it." So that's when my life changed completely. And I was obsessed with photography. I started to teach myself. I watched video on YouTube and again upset because I would just mess up the lighting and everything, but I never gave up. But I have to say that sometimes it was difficult. That's why you can see that sometimes I'll just feel like giving up, but maybe 3 days after I'll just take photos again. And
in this phase, even before people are starting to tell me, you really need to pray, you look sad all the time, you know you have changed, you don't call us anymore, you know prayer is going to help you, things like that. And I'll just say, and people, you know, in Rwanda, you're just Christian by default, and everyone is telling you, you need to go to church, you need to do this, that's it. People tell me, God loves you, and I'll just say, oh, God loves me, but I cannot feel anything. And in this phase, when I started to do photography, that's when, at the same time, I was just reading things on Google, and I realized that something I needed to do was just to control my thoughts, because I really had bad thoughts. So I just started to find ways to control them. When I have bad thoughts, they will come just like in a wave. I'll just feel them coming towards me, like they want to grab me from behind. And then one day I watched a video. It was a preacher that was talking about how you can manage or control your thoughts. And then I started to pray. I would just do it mechanically, just saying, pray, 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 pray. That's where you see that her eyes are closed and there's something coming from behind me. And the last phase, that's when, for the first time, I felt that God loves me. That's why you see a cross. And the hands, it means that I could feel the love of God. And for the first time, I could feel the love of my kids and of my family. And I realized that they didn't really abandon me, reject me. It's because they didn't really know how to talk to me. And yeah, that's how it was.
So first, I want to thank you for sharing that with us. And this is really beautiful work. I hope that you're doing close-up, because those images are really, really amazing. And, you know, we want to show here at Hamwe how the arts can transform the health status of people, especially regarding mental health. And this is making the demonstration by itself, by when you talk about how your own art practice, what it did for you, and also the fact that you can relay this story, that is the story, definitely it's an individual story, but it could resonate, I'm sure, with many people in our audience. I really thank you for that. I really wish that we could talk for more. Unfortunately, we are short on time, but what I would like to do is to put some of the image closer online so our audience can really see that. And please share with us your thoughts about it. For us, we think it's really beautiful, and thank you for being part of this. When it will be other times, not times of social distancing, we'll be able to do an exhibition. Those are images that we want to exhibit, because this really embodied the spirit of Hamwe. So thank you very much, Alice. It was a great honor to work with you on this project, and I guess that we're ready for the next session.
Bandulu Timothy, an artist based here in Kigali. I'm very excited to tell you about the festival happening right now, the Hamwe Arts Festival 2020, with the topic of social justice and mental health. As an artist, I was very excited, and I'm very, very happy to have participated in the workshops and the residency for the festival, where I, among other artists, interacted with the professionals, researchers, and professors who are like involved in the topic of mental health in Rwanda and beyond. And I gained insight and content around mental health that I used to come up with artworks that address the topics of stigmatization, power, and hopes. And the artworks are being exhibited throughout the festival. And on Sunday, I'll be sharing about my artworks live. And I encourage everybody to follow up with the festival on the Hamwe Arts Festival's Instagram account and the University of Global Health Equity's YouTube channel. The festival is going live. It's happening right now. So I encourage you to come and connect and interact with us as artists and other artists be open to sharing your experiences and questions. And I'm very excited to share and talk about my artworks. Thank you. Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Hamwe Festival, the 2020 edition with the theme of social justice and mental health. At the Hamwe Festival, we are creating a neighboring environment to foster stronger collaboration between health sectors and creative industries. Thank you so much, Njonge and Alice, for taking us through this work that is still displayed here. I would like to salute Alice's courage to share her story around her struggle with the depression. We need more voices like Alice's to destigmatize mental health. Really felt a little bit very emotional, I have to say, when you said that you had to wear a smile at work while you were crying at home. And you also talked about the silence that surrounds mental health issues. You talked about a feeling of a freezing. And I think that is something that we can all resonate with when we feel like we are struggling with depression, anxiety, or anything that is really compromising our mental health. We have that feeling of isolation. We want to be isolating ourselves from happy places sometimes. And happy places can be home, can be people, and they can be also family. And you also talked about how sometimes family and friends don't know how to talk to us and what to do when we are struggling with the mental health issues. And I do hope that this festival is going to keep opening spaces and conversation around that element of stigmatization, but also giving people more courage to have honest and authentic conversations when our close family friends are struggling with mental health issues. And I loved how you talked about, let's not use Christianity as a default place for spirituality. You challenged us Rwandans, but also like if there's anyone else who feel like Christianity is just like a default place to go to. Sometimes we need deeper engagements with ourselves when we really want to connect with that inner self that needs healing, that needs empathy, and that needs to connect with the world around us. So our next session is going to be the Wellcome photography. And it's going to be a session that will discuss the virtual exhibition of 8 international photographers who are going to explore through their work the topics of mental health, social justice, equity, and the impact of isolation due to COVID-19. It's going to be moderated by Zwena Batru. She's a Rwandan television and radio presenter, producer, content creator, writer, and speaker. She did a diploma in journalism before doing a bachelor's degree in mass communication at the Mount Kenya University. She also has a master's degree in international relations, for which she was awarded a distinction. Zwena has extensive experience working in television and radio, working on a range of programs in production, as well as presenting the studio and reporting in the field. Presenting in the studio, but also reporting in the field. She works as a television presenter and a producer for CNBC Africa as the business news journalist. And she's the first female business journalist here in Rwanda who wears her hijab proudly and who inspire young Muslim girls and the youth to follow their dreams, no matter what background or region they come from. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this panel session. My name is Wena Bachon. I'll be your moderator for this evening. Now, allow me to welcome upon the panelists. Do we have our panelists ready?
Hi.
Hello. Hello, that's Kate. Oh, hi, Kate.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for sparing time to be here. Now, this is Kate Opperman, who is one of the 5 commissioned photographers as part of WPP project's COVID anxiety project. She made a body of work resulting in 5 images responding to the question, how are you, your family, and your friends coping with the anxiety related to COVID-19? We're actually so excited to have her here. Do we have more panelists up?
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, that's Nyancho Nwari. Welcome,
Hi,
Nyancho.
everyone. Thank you.
Oh, and Genevieve is already here. Now, to just give a small introduction, Nyancho Nwari is a shortlisted photographer in the WPP 2020 series category for her series Going Under, a series about the impact of climate change and its resulting flooding in Lagos and the impact it has on mental health. Thank you, Nyancho, for being here. Now, Genevieve Aken is the winner of WPP 2020 Hidden Words category with her image, Monankim. She's a Nigerian photographer and storyteller who focuses on social documentary photography. She explores personal experiences and contemporary social issues of identity, sexuality, gender, and social roles. Thank you very much, ladies. I'm so excited. It's all ladies panel.
Nice.
Now, to just introduce a bit the session, we are going to be discussing the virtual exhibition of 8 international photographers who explore through their work the topics of mental health, social justice, and equity, as well as their repercussions, unintended consequences of isolation due to COVID-19. I'm actually super excited for this conversation. So before we start off the conversation, I would just like to remind everyone that the session will actually be 1 hour, and panelists will have limited minutes to answer the questions, and we shall also have a Q&A at the end of the discussions. Ladies, are we ready?
Yes, we are ready.
Yes. Now, okay, so we're gonna start the conversation with the general questions for all the panelists who are here. Now, we understand that the last part of the past decade has seen an increased need for mental health awareness, with many experts arguing it should be given a broader look into it. It's also, not to mention COVID-19 coming in and having its own impact on mental health. Now, as photographers, this is actually for all of you ladies, as photographers, what do you believe your role is in documenting during the COVID-19 pandemic? We can start off with Kate Opperman. Kate?
Sure. So for me specifically, can you hear me okay? Just making sure.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So for me specifically, I don't know if I really saw myself as playing a role in sort of the bigger picture. I sort of took on this project as kind of an exercise for myself. So that prompt was an interesting one in terms of wrapping my head around my relationship to mental health in general, as well as this very specific time. you know, there were a lot of photographers here in New York taking pictures of what was going on outside, and those are incredibly valuable as sort of a cultural record. But for me, you know, I wanted to document my experience in this time, because I think, you know, much like on this panel, there are people who are documenting their own experience all over the world. And I think what makes this moment really interesting is when we look back in 20 years time, we can really remember what it felt like to experience this. For me, it was I didn't want to forget. This is the most distinct moment. So I think when we look back and we see everybody's collective experiences, then we have this sort of historical record from all over the world.
Exactly.
Right. Now, Genevieve, could you give us an answer? Do you still remember the question, or should I just repeat it?
Yes, please. My network, it's really not so great here, but yeah, please, I would like to hear the question again.
I can imagine. I wish you were sitting right in front of me, but oh well, next time. So the general question, we were actually asking for everyone, what do you believe your role is in documenting during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, personally, when the pandemic hit in Nigeria, I first of all, I was kind of, taken aback because I have never experienced a pandemic before in my life, and which became like a global pandemic. So in the process, I didn't really have an idea, firstly, on what to work on, which because it came as a hit, as a shock also. And but all along the line, as a photographer, it was more like expected of us to document, the time and what is happening in our space in the time of the pandemic. Yeah, I was able to create a little tiny bit of images just for my own mental health in the process, how I'm going through my daily day, every day. And I also created a little, like 3 images just to depict, the exterior behavior when the pandemic hits in Nigeria, how a lot of people were going crazy, with the fear of, shortage of food or other home essentials. So yeah, I was able to, balance myself in that way to create a tiny bit, but not more like in the documentary aspect, but more like in the conceptual aspect of image making. Yeah.
Right. Now, Nyancho?
Yes. So I think we all know how photography is this really powerful tool that helps to record history or a point in time in history. And that obviously is essential to what we're going through now as the entire world, throughout the world with the pandemic, is the importance of photography to document the happenings. Like Kate also said, the way people are going through it. I think one thing that really drove home this importance for me was there was a time where there was this discussion about face masks and whether people should wear them. People were getting tired. There were debates about it. And there were some images that came to light from the Spanish flu of the, was it 20s, 1918 or something like that. And there was images of people all wearing all types of face masks, from cloth ones to some that looked like they were even made from metal, some that looked like birds' beaks, all sorts of things. So it really made that connection for me, seeing how photography was important to connect what we were going through now with what had happened in the past. But beyond that also, it was about providing an outlet for us as creatives. So like both Kate and Genevieve had said, a lot of us turned the lenses on ourselves or our families and created projects, not necessarily being out on the streets saying, okay, this is what is happening. There's social distancing, everybody's wearing a mask, but looking more at how do we use this tool to release what's happening with us, what we're going through, what's going on. How do we feel? How do we communicate how we feel? We can't go out and speak to people now. We can't easily just go for a walk or do certain activities that would have helped us let off some steam. So I feel like photography was a good tool that a lot of creatives, or would I say photographers rather, used as an outlet for them in a time where there was a lot of pent-up feelings and emotions.
Right. Now you actually, your answers actually quite remind me of some of my friends who were going through a hard time during the COVID lockdown. And they were busy taking pictures and documenting all that, which actually helps them at the end of the day, looking at the picture and looking at themselves right now. They've actually seen some improvements. Now, Genevieve, we understand that a lot of your work is done to destigmatize stereotypes in women, and specifically women in minority tribes from Cross River States, Nigeria. What can you say about your personal experiences with identity and gender that led you to focus on this issue within your body of work? Monan Kim.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, my body of works focuses on social documentary, photography, gender issues, identity, and feminist representation. And that's what led me to work on the issues of female genital mutilation, titled Manan Kim, and as a traditional practice of a rite of a passage, a tradition from a minority group called the Bako people from Cross River State, Nigeria. Manan Kim happens to be a personal experience, as it came as a research and inspiration and a reflection of my late mother, who went through the traditional rite of a passage expected of every young girl of her time, from the age 14 to 18, because you must be below that age and you must be a virgin. And when my mom grew up and later got an education, and then later in life, she stood against female circumcision. And because of her, because when she came to understand and know the challenges directly related to the health issues and the emotional and psychological effect relating to female genital mutilation. And how through her, I and my sister didn't go through the traditional practice of FGM, which of course was expected of us because it's a generational practice. So that's what led me to focus and create the body of works that draws towards the barbaric traditional practice of FGM. Because at the moment it's still going on in my community, but it's kind of eradicating because the governments and the NGOs are against it. And and which is also not just in my community in Cross River State, but also it's still happening in some parts of the world. And my hope is for it to be stigmatized and be eradicated completely. And because I don't want the next generation to come and continue with such practice. And so therefore I use this time, to document and to create these works. Also to document it for the next generation to also know about female circumcision. As I said, it's already kind of eradicating because it's already destigmatized. And which I also just want to use this opportunity, to thank Wellcome Photography Prize for recognizing my work, Manan Kim, for this year, the prestigious prize from the Hidden World category and the single image winner. Thank you very much.
That's quite interesting. Nyancho, some people believe that climate change is the invisible global health crisis. How are you depicting and combating this notion through your arts?
Well, being in a society where climate change is not really at the forefront of anything that's going on, really. It's not at the forefront of people's minds. It's not at the forefront of legislation. It's not at the forefront of development. It's quite challenging, but the focus is on building that awareness, which I think is the first step, because for something that's not there, you can't start to tackle it until you make people realize that it's there. For something that people don't see, you can't start to work on it in concrete terms until you put it in people's faces to say, this is what's going on. Here are the effects, which is what I'm working on with my project Going Under, is to make people realize that it is happening. It's not invisible. It's really affecting people. Not just, I feel like most of the times when we talk about climate change or we talk about flooding, there's always this the image that comes up in people's minds is streets flooded, cars submerged in water. We see cities and the roads are all filled with water. But with my project, I'm trying to go a step further and show that, okay, that's outside. We're looking now at how this issue of climate change affects people's lives directly. So we're going into their homes, we're going into their lives, we're delving deeper to say, in case you thought this thing wasn't happening, here is the evidence. In case you thought this thing wasn't an issue, these are the effects. These are real people who are having to live with these effects, not on a one-off basis, but on a regular basis. Because my project is looking at a community that suffers flooding for months throughout the year, and not just flooding outside, flooding in their homes, within their homes. So how do they go about their daily activities when their homes are filled with water? How does a mother prep her children, or father prep their children for school when their living room or their bedroom is filled with water? How do they get their children to school? How do the children that are walking to school get there when they have to go through this massive body of water to get there? How is climate change affecting people's lives directly on a daily basis? So it's raising awareness about that, bringing that to the forefront, and then from there, taking it further to find ways that this issue can now be brought to the forefront of the tangible decisions or tangible solutions that are being incorporated in the country, or at least in this state.
Right. To just come back a bit to what the world is going through, COVID-19 pandemic. Kate, your work with the Wellcome Photography Prize is the embodiment of this year's theme, mental health and social justice. Now, within this work, you show your interior and exterior in contrast, shown alongside each other. Why did you choose these formats to portray your response to COVID-19?
Yeah, so with this project, I really wanted to find a way to kind of visualize this idea and this feeling that we had in the beginning, very specifically in New York, but I think all over the world, which was, this idea of like inside and outside. Because in the beginning, we knew so little about, how the virus was transmitted. Like Nyancho said, I think, to wear a mask, to not wear a mask, just all of the uncertainty. So it was very, it was this stark contrast between, the safety of being inside and then the world outside, obviously not being able to see the virus. it's just this wave of anxiety that we were all going through, is trying to understand this, and the fear of the uncertain. So in sort of conceptualizing this project, at least in the very beginning, it was, I could really only speak to my own experience. And that was here, it was just sirens and ambulances every second of the day. It's just over and over and over during the peak time in New York. And so I sort of conceptualized the project of like, inside is safe, which is, how I felt at the time, and outside is just this unknown. You don't know what's going to happen when you step outside. And it really truly felt like the virus was everywhere. So that's kind of how I conceptualized, my experience inside here with my partner. So there's photos of her inside, and then, shooting outside in the world through as safely as I felt like I could possibly do that. It just felt like the right way to embody my feelings around it, as well as so many other people's feelings of just the confinement of being inside and the safety that you felt with that.
Right. Now, Kate, still on that note, tell us how you navigated your personal story during this COVID-19 outbreak in America through photography, and why was it important to you to represent the Black Lives Matter movement in your project about anxiety?
It was important for me to make sure that was included. It was what was happening at that time. Basically, right in the middle of me starting to work on this project, is when the video of the murder of George Floyd was released, and when basically this moment turned from, okay, there's a push and pull of the moment. We are inside for fear of contracting the virus, but then that moment was overtaken by the fear of not seizing the moment. At the time, sort of when the protests were starting, it was this push and pull of, okay, we have to feel safe, we have to stay inside, but at the same time, we also really needed to seize this moment of speaking up and fighting for Black lives. So, from a public health perspective, it really couldn't have come at a scarier time, but at the same time, in America, the health risk for Black lives in America are at risk every day. So that was sort of something that felt really important for me to include, just because, and honestly, it would have felt irresponsible in my mind to not include it. It's like, this is this moment that this thing is happening, and it's all about public health. It's about our collective health as Americans, and specifically the collective health of Black Americans. So, it was a time when I think Americans were, we were inside, and Black and brown communities had been affected disproportionately in America as well. So I think it just was a sort of breaking point where it felt like, this is what's happening in the moment. This is what needs to come across in the work in formulating this project. Like I said, I think it would have been negligent to leave it out of the work.
Right. Nyancho, as a photographer, how do you cope with eco-anxiety in your culture and in your work?
Well, like I said before, climate change is not at the forefront of things here in Nigeria. So that phenomenon of eco-anxiety doesn't exist. Nobody is frantic about what could happen to the environment when we've not gotten to a stage where people are aware of the effects of improper waste management, of certain development choices. When I say development, I mean in terms of building and stuff like that. So we're at a point where there is still a lot of work that has to be done to raise awareness about environmental issues in the first place. So I feel like for me, that's where my focus is anyway, because you can't be anxious about something you don't know about. You can't be, like I said before, you can't work on something you don't know about. You can't attempt to find solutions for things that for problems you don't know exist. So the focus here is making people realize that there is a problem, there is a situation at hand, our environment is at risk, and there are certain things that we are doing as individuals and as a collective body of people that are affecting our environment, and that in the long run that is already detrimental to us as is, but in the long run it will be the effects will become more and more devastating. So that's the point where we're at now, is those of us who have taken it, who have found importance in raising awareness about this thing. And unfortunately, there are not as many people as there should be talking about it. So the focus now is more about raising awareness about climate issues, about environmental issues. And then, like I said before, also moving on to finding solutions to alleviate the problems that we're facing now. So eco-anxiety is not really something that's happening here.
Rana, to just add on to that answer, or another actually question to that one, we understand that the governments are doing a lot to mitigate or hinder the challenges created by the climate change. But then what do you think, when it comes to invisible, what do you think should be done to actually hinder these challenges that are being created with the global health crisis?
I think one of the first steps is going out to see what's going on. You know, there's not a lot of noise being made about the effects of climate change or the effects of our activities on the environment. I don't know how much the government here knows about it or how much importance they place on it, because I personally don't see a lot of attention or light being shone on it. So I think one step is visiting places like the neighborhood where I'm carrying out my project, looking for other areas as well. Flooding is a big deal in Lagos. There's so many neighborhoods where flooding occurs. And one thing also is getting away from that mindset that, oh, it happens in poor neighborhoods. Oh, well, they do this there, so that's why the area is getting flooded. Well, they don't do this properly, that's why. Actually, no. It's getting to realize also that climate change it's not a respecter of class or the fact that you live in a fancy neighborhood. Some of the most fancy neighborhoods in Lagos get devastated by floods every year. We had in 2017, there were these funny videos coming out of a neighborhood called Lekki, which is supposed to be one of the prestigious neighborhoods in Lagos, where people were swimming in the streets. In flood in the streets. There was Victoria Island, someone was kayaking in the streets. There are videos coming out of people's homes where someone comes downstairs and sees their furniture floating past them. So I think a lot of work needs to be done to reach out to individuals and families that are suffering these effects, go into the neighborhoods and find out what really is going on, rather than just standing back and thinking of the general effects. We need to clamp down, like break it down to the letter, to the individual problems, the peculiar problems to different neighborhoods, to different areas, and then find solutions on how to alleviate them, like tailor-made solutions for that, not looking for a one-size-fits-all or trying to follow whatever else is happening outside the country because perhaps that's what the international community says to do, or that is what people say the solution should be. We need to figure out what are the problems that are peculiar to us and what can we do to help or to stop.
Right, so more research, more knowledge, and more awareness needs to be done when it comes to global health crisis. Now, Genevieve, a lot of your work is done to destigmatize stereotypes in women. What do you perceive your work's impact to be on communities that face gender disparities?
I do want my works to be perceived and be impactful greatly on communities, especially on communities that faces gender disparities or that challenges feminine issues. I want my works to be perceived and be impactful, and for it to be, I want this to be seen, equally and be heard without prejudice. And I want, women to be, be represented. And yeah, for me, I just want that, and I wanted everything to be equal, just the way it's supposed to be. Yeah.
Right now, so I'm gonna actually ask a general question for all of you before we go to the Q&A. So can you discuss the ethics you bring to your own photography, especially in the context of global crisis? And what are your thoughts on journalistic bias? We can start with you, Genevieve.
Okay, the ethics I bring to my own photography, because I believe as a professional photographer, especially in the context of a global crisis, I make sure to put the need to better understand and apply the principle that governs my aspects and how to work with photograph in an ethical way by creating images to be portrayed in a respectful way. And my thought on journalistic bias, I think there should be a kind of measure to ensure there's no bias or any kind of prejudice depicted through any kind of photograph, especially in the aspect and concept of photo sharing and content, photo editing and manipulation, because I believe that photograph plays a large role in shaping how we view the world. So how we view the world. So therefore, it is my responsibility, our responsibility, not to be journalistic bias, but rather take an ethical, good approach to better focus our impact in a meaningful way. Yeah, that's my take on the ethical way of. Yeah, thank you.
Right, Nyancho.
Okay. For me, the first step when I'm creating any project is human connection. Getting to know the people that I'm photographing, spending time with them, knowing their story, knowing how they feel, getting consent to photograph, getting consent to use the images as well. But one of the things that's always in the forefront of my mind is portrayal. How do I photograph these people? Is my view biased in any way? Is my view what's the word? I've forgotten the word. Is there any way that my view is portraying them in a certain light that will not be, or that may not be the most positive, right? Even with this project going under, it's something that I try to keep in the forefront of my mind. I know that I'm working in a neighborhood where it is a lower income neighborhood, right? So I have to keep that. I try to keep that in mind and try not to portray that. The focus is not about economic or financial, or social or financial status. How do you center your work to focus on what it is you're talking about, rather than trying to, especially coming from this side of the world where you're expected to meet a certain standards. However, these standards are very biased because we've seen certain types of images come out of the continent or be portrayed of the African continent that always paints the continent in a certain light, mostly negative. So how do we as African photographers stand against that when we photograph? Right. Instead of thinking of meeting those international standards, oh, this is what they would want to see. How about turning it around and saying, okay, this might be what they want to see, but I would rather show the real. I would rather show the truth. I would rather not photograph it this way. I would rather not portray this person this way. And it's something I'm trying to go over again and again and again, even as I'm going through this Going Under project. So I take a step back and look at the set of images I've created, and I'm thinking, okay, are these respectful enough? How am I portraying these people whom I'm photographing? If it's not respectful enough, what do I do to change that? How do I photograph them in the most dignifying way possible? How do I tell their story also without exploiting them? Because I think this is one part of photography that we don't talk about enough, is how we tell people's stories. The media runs on telling people's stories, but what do the people get in return? I raised this question at a workshop I was part of recently, and I asked, there's always a hard no when you talk about compensation for the people whom you're photographing. It's always no, don't do it, don't give anything. But we have to come to a point where we realize that we're getting something out of these people. At what point do we stop to realize that this system that we've built might be utilitarian or what's the word, exploitative in a way? When are we going to stop to realize that and turn things around to rather than just take from them, what do we give back? I have a colleague who told me a story about a family he photographed in the northeast of Nigeria in the height of the Boko Haram crisis. He went there the first time, photographed. Went there the second time for a different organization, photographed. Until he got there, the same family, for the 5th time. And the father said to him, oh, it's you again. And that statement really crushed him, because he thought about it and he's like, this is my 5th assignment photographing this same family. I've gotten paid 5 times. From that payment, I've been able to travel. I've been able to buy new equipment. I've been able to do so much. However, this family is still in the same position that I met them the first time. They're still in the same situation. So I think it's really important for us as photographers, for journalists also, to start to speak about these things, realizing how our images could be could portray people negatively. I think that discussion is already gaining momentum, changing the narrative, not playing to the gallery by creating images that you think will be lapped up or accepted, but taking a strong stance to say, I'm not going to go that route, I'm rather going to do things differently, and put the respect of the people I'm photographing at the forefront. And also looking at the systems that we've built that might be exploitative to people and turning things around.
Right, quite interesting. Now, Kate, I'll just have to rush you when it comes to your opinion, because we have less minutes left. If you could just give us your opinion, and then we're going to jump into the Q&A.
Sure, yeah. So I think I can speak specifically to this project. I mean, one of the reasons why, you know, in addition to sort of portraying that view of like inside and outside, what I photographed, there's a reason why there is only one person in these photos, and that's my partner. That is someone whose consent I could guarantee. I could be 100% sure that she was aware of how she was being photographed, how the photographs would be used, etc. I made a point when I would go out into the street. By the time I was shooting, it was less of that sort of empty feel. And I had to take a little bit more care in making sure that I didn't have any people in my photos. The photos from the outside world are heavily text-based, using text as a way to sort of tie the images together as they speak to anxiety and COVID-19 and the Black Lives Matter movement. So, I mean, I think the ethics of the project weighed heavily on my mind as it pertained to consent. And also, you know, this is a very difficult, confusing, fraught time for everyone. Everyone experiences the pandemic differently for a number of different reasons. You know, a lot of them having to do with privilege and, you know, those working on the front lines who don't have the ability to stay home, or those essential workers who don't have the ability to stay home. So the way that I approached this project in terms of ethics was really just about consent and making sure that no one was imaged in a way that they didn't consent to in a very difficult set of circumstances and difficult themes.
Right, now we're actually going to the Q&A, getting questions from the audiences. Still with Kate, I'm gonna give everyone a minute or less to actually respond to the questions, since we actually have less time left. Kate, this is a question that comes from the audience. Were you surprised by the similarities or differences in experiences you may have encountered online with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the beginning of the question again? Sorry.
So one of the audience asked, were you surprised by the similarities or differences in experiences you may have encountered online with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic?
I mean, I think it's hard to say. I mean, what I encountered online is very indicative of my particular friend group or audience. You know, what I tend to see, you know, social media is often like an echo chamber. I've certainly learned that as the lead up to the election, that proves true. So I won't say necessarily that I was surprised. I think everybody has dealt with the pandemic differently. Obviously, as we speak about mental health, it's really important to know that that everyone's experience is unique and valid. So yeah, I guess the short answer to that question would be that that it's important to just keep that in mind. I wouldn't say I'm surprised by the different experiences, but it's important to understand that everyone deals with these experiences differently. You know, in terms of emotionally, in terms of mental health, and certainly privilege as well.
Right. Now, Genevieve, a question for you. You mentioned the documenting of the times based on your work over the pandemic. How do you think you will describe this period in 5 or 10 years?
Please, can you repeat that again? My network is really terrible. I couldn't hear what you're saying.
Sorry. You mentioned, this actually is a question that comes from the audience. You mentioned the documenting of the times based on your work over the pandemic. How do you think you will describe this period in the next 5 or 10 years to come?
How will what? Hey, pardon?
Sorry, the internet is still having, you're still having troubles with the internet? Okay, let me just repeat it again.
I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. You mentioned the documenting of the times. Based on your work over the pandemic, how do you think you will describe this period in the next 5 or 10 years?
How I would document this in the next 5 to 10 years? Is that what you're saying?
How do you think you will describe this period in the next 5 or 10 years to come?
Really? Oh, thank you. Okay, I get it. I don't know. I can't tell. You know, because 10 years ago, 2010, I didn't know, you know, a time will come 10 years later that there will be a crisis like this and a pandemic time like this for me experiencing this. I can say for sure what's happening in the next 5 or 10 years, if it's going to be the same, I can't say. It's really not in my position to really tell, you know, what the future holds or what the future will be or what next year will be. Yeah, but you know, it's just what everyone has been hopeful for. We can only hope for a better years to come, and yeah, I can't really say per se, really.
Okay, right. Nyancho, a question from the audience. Did it cause any anxiety to turn to the lenses on yourself as opposed to looking at the world at large?
I know photographers always don't like to be photographed.
Yes.
There's just something with us, like once you turn a camera to face us, we're like, no. However, we do like to point that thing in people's faces a lot. I wouldn't say it caused anxiety. I didn't particularly document the pandemic itself or myself within the pandemic. I made photographs of what was going on in my life. So there wasn't really any anxiety. When I say what was going on in my life, not specifically how I'm going through the emotions or the turmoil of the pandemic, but certain activities that I was doing at the time. But there was no anxiety, and I think even if it was about documenting myself through the pandemic, I don't think there would have been any anxiety, because I think at the time when we decide to turn the lenses on ourselves, we know that hopefully we're ready to tell this story and we're ready to put ourselves on the spot. I guess the way we do to other people as well. But no, there was no anxiety for me.
Wow. Just a question from my side. With the COVID happening and not being on the sites, of course, we have Genevieve and Nyancho. How did this actually impact your work in terms of, because it's almost a year and no one has been going on the field. How did this impact your work, and what are you doing to in terms of improving, learning more, and actually building and creating more awareness?
Who's starting? Who's starting?
Genevieve?
For me, please, can you repeat that again? I really didn't get the full one. I'm really sorry, my network. Yeah, the last, yeah, can you repeat that, please?
Just a quick question, like a really quick one. How did COVID-19 impact your work? Because you're so used to going on the field. How did it impact it, and what did you do in terms of improving it and actually create content of awareness while being indoors?
Well, well, my photography work has always been a self-portraiture. So most of the time I use myself, you know, to create whatever idea or project I have in mind. And how to work for it, although in terms of, yeah, going out, well, it's still a bit of a challenge. And because I have a project that I really want to work on, like my 2020 project. But, you know, when the pandemic came and they shut down, I wasn't able to do anything. So I had to push everything to next year. So that's part of one of the things, you know, that I can achieve this year. But in terms of working, so which I at the moment it's been a challenge, even in as much as I want to still continue using myself, to create works relating to the COVID-19 time, but there's still this inspiration that's fully not there yet. And yeah, I don't know, maybe Kate can add something to the question.
Oh no, go ahead, Nyancho. I think you.
For me, yes, there were not many assignments. There weren't assignments at all coming in. There wasn't really much going on. I was supposed to be continuing my Going Under project. I visited the neighborhood a few times, but I realized from going there that what was more important was not continuing the project, but respecting what people were going through and just taking a step back. I had to, first of all, respect the fact that they were going through a lot, and some didn't really want to deal with having a camera in their face or in their lives at the time. I had to also be cautious of being careful. There was a pandemic going on. There was a virus out there, or there is a virus out there. So I had to put safety first as well. So I took the time to not necessarily work on my photography, but work on myself. Because at the end of the day, you can't separate yourself from your work. You are your work. Your work is you. Your thoughts, your opinions, your gaze, your view comes across in how you photograph. So I feel like working on yourself is tantamount to working on your photography as well. But for me, it was a very personal time of reflection, sitting with myself and having certain conversations that needed to be had, accepting also that the fact that I wasn't working was not a problem, accepting having to work through this thing of productivity that we all have. We must be working on a project. There must be a body of work in the pipeline. We must be doing something every day. And we got to a point where nothing was happening. You're indoors and you had to accept that. You had to deal with it. You had to work with yourself and whoever else was around you. So that was what I did throughout the lockdown.
That's amazing, ladies. Thank you very much for spending time to be with us today. And that's all the time that we have right now. Nyancho, Genevieve, and Kate, thank you very much. That was really insightful. We actually learned that photography is not only for pictures, but you can actually create awareness and a solution to a problem. Just before we wrap it up, I just want to say just give you a bit of information about Wellcome Photography Prize. I think you guys heard me saying WPP. That's Wellcome Photography Prize. Actually, Wellcome Photography Prize hopes to tell provocative visual stories about the health challenges of our time, and be that exposing taboos that we shy away from, exploring how health and good and bad affect society, or showing healthcare and medicine up close and personal. Last 2020's 2020 theme actually focused on mental health, with 2 of the 5 categories dedicated to exploring this difficult to depict and often hard to explain subject. Well, that is it. Actually, the applications are open if you want to send in your pictures for the Wellcome Photography Prize. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
I am a spoken word artist from Nigeria. So happy to be part of Hamwe Festival 2020. It's been so insightful, so educative. I've had the opportunity to hold space for my brothers and sisters, listen to their grief, their anger about things, in our mental health system, the racism, particularly the colonialism in our mental health systems. I've been awakened and even more conscious about these things. I've listened to activists, artists, researchers, professors. My head is full with knowledge, and I still want to learn more. The festival is ongoing, so you can join us. I will be performing on Sunday. The conversations have inspired, me to write this poem titled Man, and I'll be performing it on Sunday. You don't want to miss it. I'll be performing with other artists, and we'll be having conversations around the colonial legacies in our mental health systems. Come, let's learn. Let's hear each other out. Let's hold space for our brothers and sisters. Let's be better. Let's do better. Let's be conscious. Don't miss it for anything, and see you guys soon.
Hello.
Thank you so much, Zuena, and the panelists of the Wellcome photography session. Genevieve reminded us that human connection is a motivation to do her photography work. She told us how she checks her views, how her views might bias her work, and how she presents the highest authentic version of her work, questioning which type of biases can motivate her. We also talked about how do we destigmatize stereotypes on women. We talked about how photography should be removed from any form of bias while we are doing like the editing of sharing, because as we know, pictures speak a lot. We also heard about how we should be changing the narrative by avoiding to intentionally share pictures or images of photography that portray a negative image of people or situation, especially the most vulnerable one. Nyansho also reminded us that there is not enough noise that is made about the effect of human activities on climate change. I wanted to go home with that message as well. And the other key highlights include a question that was asked by one of our panelists as a reflection: how do I use photography in a way that is the most dignifying? And also Kate related to this particular theme by talking about how she uses the principles of ethics and consent when she's doing her work, and she shared an example of how she has applied these principles when she was photographing her partner. So keep sending us your insights, your questions, reflections, challenges using the hashtag #AskHamwe. We are now going to be transitioning into our next session, which is the last session of the day, the last but not the least. It's around the therapeutic roles of traditional music. So the session is going to be taking us through how music has been used as an instrument for mental health related services in the past, and how can that inspire modern music in order to create health equity globally. So it will be moderated and led by Henry Canoro, whom I would like to introduce. So he is a fellow graduate at the University of Global Health Equity and the Masters of Global Health Delivery. He's very passionate about social justice and health equity. He has numerous achievements, and today, Henry is working as the research and content generation assistant with the Hamwe Festival team at the University of Global Health Equity. Thank you very much.
Exploring how creative industries could collaborate with health sectors, and we're also exploring the role of culture in health.
When we talk about mental health, these are everyday experiences. The work that we're doing on mental health, everyone should be involved.
Naganiriye n'abahanzi twari kumwe, ariko kumva ko hari abahanzi bashobora kwinjira muri sekta yacu kandi mu buryo buteguye neza, twumvishe bidushimishije. Yaba ari ukwandika, yaba ari gushushanya, buriya ibibazo byo mu mutwe nabyo ubuhanzi bushobora kongera kugira ngo umuntu asubire mu buzima busanzwe.
My hope is the festival will foster understanding, collaboration between the different healthcare sectors, the different artists.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today on this session on the topic titled The Therapeutic Roles of Traditional Music. My name is Henry. to you, our speakers and performers that will be joining us in this session today. Our first performer is Sankso Experiment. Sankso Experiment is an ancestral world music outfit hailing from Soweto and Durban in South Africa. The band is spiritually driven, kind, and believe that whichever music they make is meant to heal. Covered with a large sound and the percussions, drums, bass, strange acoustic guitar sounds, electric guitars, and heavy vocals. The band has been since its inception in 2014. They have grown into this organized chorus of sound which makes them a unique blend of sound. They designed their sounds as Umkulo Umuti, meaning music is medicine, which is also the title of their debut album. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sankso Experiment. Sankso Experiment, the floor is yours. Dr. Harharen is one of the pioneer music therapists and music healer in vocal performing musician, having trained from the age of 7 in both the systems of Indian music, North and South Indian tradition. He holds a PhD in ethnomusicology from India and another PhD from US on music therapy. He has traveled widely and has attended many international conferences in the US, South Korea, Japan, Australia, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Singapore, Hong Kong, and Malaysia. He has conducted more than 600 workshops and 300 lectures on the healing powers of Indian music therapy, chanting, and kirtan in several countries, including US, Canada, UK, Italy, Australia, Singapore, Seoul, Japan, Hong Kong, among others. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Harharen. Dr. Harharen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Henry, and your team for inviting me for this festival. And I would take this forum in presenting a PowerPoint presentation with the music and the information about music therapy. And I would go about in the question and answer session more on our theme today. So I would like to share the screen with you and take you for another 20 minutes or so. My colleague, Dr. L. Annapurna, was supposed to join me here today, but because of time zone difference, she couldn't be physically present, but virtually she will perform at the end of my PowerPoint session for a few minutes. So I will share the screen and take you to the PowerPoint presentation. So this is my theme. Okay, so this is what we call it as music. Music means the minute understanding of sound in creation. It means your ears or your mind should understand the sound. It could be Japanese music, Chinese, African, American, Indian, Western, or anything. So your minute sound should be understood by your body, then it is music. So it is called the minute understanding of sound in creation. And what is music therapy? Music therapy is the application of music to help in the achievement of specific therapeutic goals. You need to have specific goals to achieve. And it is also defined as a planned and creative use of music to attain and maintain health and well-being. So, and music therapy is an established health service similar to any other therapy of occupational and physical therapy. So music therapy as a holistic treatment, it focuses on the entire person, not just the part which is disease or in distress. For example, the music looks at the entire body, not only the heart or the liver or the kidney or the other parts. So it's the entire person which the music gets to help in its distress or diseased areas. And this is how music therapy helps with the stress management, pain management, relaxing your body and mind, your imagery buildup, your eyes, your ears can also be rectified. Then motor coordination, a coordination of your different parts of the body, coordinating each of them. And sensory stimulation, when you hear, when you see, when you listen, it must stimulate. So music therapy helps you. And cognitive stimulation, that is the organic stimulation of the body, like the insulin and the liquid. And of course, it helps you in recreation, recreating your time and lifespan. And finally, it improves your quality of life. It improves your quality of life. And so, as we all know, world music has 7 notes on your keyboard or piano, and 12 placed notes. So there are 16 quarter tones in the Western music, 5 black keys and 7 white keys, totally 12 notes. And 16 quarter tones, which is double sharps and double flats. But in Indian music, I can produce 66 microtones, 66 microtones in an octave, C to C, between 8 notes. So these microtones occur in between the intervals and tones and semitones and quarter tones and so on. So it's a very powerful sound that Indian music can make. And these are the modules. Now for coming to the mental health, these are the modules that we should follow to get a better health. One is meditation, then another is planetary chants or the mantras and the chanting. And I'll give you an example of all the 5 during this 20-minute session. And then the chanting. And the 4th one will be sacred mantras or the chants. And finally, music therapy. So these are the 5 modules that I have developed for a mental health, better mental health. And let us find out how the music works in our body. Music and sound, they have the power to heal our body, mind, and spirit, which all of us know. So I'm going to show you a photograph which was taken when the session was going on. And the same person was photographed after some sessions.
Sorry, Dr. Aaron, to cut you short. So
yeah.
we don't see your screen.
Oh, you don't see?
Yes, would you?
I thought I had shared it. Let me check.
No, we don't see it. You can try to share.
Yeah, let me share. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now are you seeing it now? Can you see it now?
Yes, please. It's now.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Okay, good. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so this is how the music works in our body. So if you see the entire body, you can see different chakras or the energy spots, which are completely not mottled, completely closed. You can't see them. You can't identify them where they are, but you can see some kind of a energy lights inside the body. So this is called the chakras, and the entire thing is imbalanced because the person is very much stressed, imbalanced, agitated, and his health is not okay. So this is the photograph before the session. So now you can see the entire chakras placed, and this is sample music I have played. Okay, I had to stop the music because it is long music. So this is a 7-week session. You see the earlier photograph where the chakras were not placed. Now you can see all the 6 chakras completely placed. 7-week session with the sample music that I played. So this is called the positioning your chakras. Once the chakras are positioned, then your mental health is under your control. You can start. So this was a chanting to make your body again under control before the health session. This is called a chanting. This is one example I play because there are 5 modules you have to go through before you become perfectly okay to start your healing treatment. So then I will go to the mantras. So these mantras excite the emotions and give suggestions to the mind. I will play some mantras. They are called sacred and planets. So these mantras affect both the person who hears and the person who repeats or chants. So each mantra or the word is a sound pattern that suggests to the mind the meaning inherent, and the mind immediately responds because there is a meaning for each sound. So this is one for your spinal body. Bhur Suvaha. You can lubricate here. Saviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. I'll play once again. So this chant is very, very powerful for lubricating your spinal cords. People have got back pains and nervous disorder. This chant will lubricate and get it help. And then there are planets. You know, there's 9 planets: Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, Neptune, and Pluto. They influence our entire life body, including the health issues. So this is why the musical therapy comes to your rescue. So this is for the sun. So like that, there are all the 9 planets. There are chants for the 7 planets. I can't play all because of the time strain. Then this is for the sun. And then I will go to the eyes. This is for the cornea.
Shri Surya Ashtotra Shatanamavali. Marunaya Namaha. Om Sharanyaya Namaha. Om Karunarasa Sindhave Namaha. Om Samanabalaya Namaha. Om Martarakshakaya Namaha.
So like that, this planetary chant for the sun will help your eyes. So this is very powerful for improving your vision power. Why I am giving you different parts of the body? Unless all the parts of the body are right, your mental health will not be okay. So you have to control the entire body before going to the mind, which is the final part of the healing session. And so this song was composed almost 300 years before by one of our composer. See, I want to tell you something about this Rahu. So Rahu is the health planet. Now look at now. I can discuss this in the panel session also. This Rahu is the main planet that is creating COVID-19 in the entire world. This planet. So I will explain later during the panel session how it is impacting the whole world, this Rahu, which is the health planet. And then this is the music therapy session. I'm coming to the final portion of the talk. So this is how you must do the music therapy. When you do the chanting, you must be on a sitting posture. When you listen to the music, you must be on a lying posture. So these are the 2 postures recommended for musical healing. So then also you can learn to control your body. There are different rituals and practices. So this is a session in Philadelphia where people are learning to do the musical healing. And there are two types of Indian music. One is South Indian, or known as Carnatic, and another is North Indian or Hindustani music in India, two systems. So this helps in your stress, strain, anxiety, depression, romantic issues, memory, heart ailments, sleeplessness, pain-related, headache, muscle pain, sprain, romantic. So all these areas, musical health theory helps, musical therapy helps. And of course, for autistic children, people with memory loss, Alzheimer's, and palliative care, people now, especially in the COVID session, people are in the palliative care. It helps very much for them to recover. And it is very specific that there are specific listening methods and hours per day for a number of weeks. A person is advised to go through musical healing. It's not in 1 or 2 days. It's going for different weeks. And finally, you should not listen to music therapy. I mean, my system, when you are driving, eating, working, cooking, chatting, no, you should not listen to the music. You should listen to the music when you go to sleep. So it must be on a sleeping mode that you must listen to the musical healing so that it gives you the right healing. So these are the traditional musical instruments that I use for music therapy. They're all very old instruments of Indian system, and some of them. So I can't name all of them now because of time. These are the instruments, very old ones, more than 3,000 years, some of the instruments. And these are the music CDs that I have created for different healing issues. I'm going to play one sample music for stress and fatigue. So I had to stop. So I had to stop the music because it's long music. I play one more sample. So this is for pain. People have got indigestion, migraine, pain. This sound helps you. Yeah, this is a very powerful instrument to relieve your pain and headache and so on. One more instrument, one more sample.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Harharan.
Yeah,
As we are
yeah.
running out of time, would you please
Yeah,
speed
so
up a little bit?
no problem. So finally, I'll play the music of Dr. Annapurna. Just this is by Annapurna. Yeah. Okay, so that is it. So, so this is my teacher and my parents. I bow before them and thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful
Sure,
presentation.
welcome. Sure, no problem.
It's
Yeah,
really
we can-
nice to know all
Sure.
this information regarding how music, or let us say traditional music, can improve our health, starting
Yes.
from how it affects and how it can really work in our body and in our psychologies. So please allow me to welcome another panelist that will be joining us on this panel. Beata Shaka, please, you are welcome to join me on the panel. So while she's coming, let me take you through her bio quickly. Beata Maria Shaka is an artist, educator, music therapist, choreologist, and researcher. She holds a master's degree in artistic education with a specialization in music and a postgraduate degree in music therapy from the Warsaw Psychiatric and Neurological Institute. She has worked in Poland and she's still working in Rwanda as a music instructor, teacher, and researcher in the field of music and its application in the society. She has led several therapeutic interventions and research action in favor of local communities, particularly orphans and survivors of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. From 2002 to 2008, she was a lecturer at the University of Rwanda's Center of Arts and Drama. She is currently teaching music at the Green Hills Academy and conducting research on music education programs. She is Polish and Rwandan, married with 3 kids. You are welcome, Beata Shaka. Now we are going to transition to the Q&A session. And I'd like to start with a general question that I will ask you both. And would you tell us about how traditional music can be used as a channel to inform, to prevent, to treat, and reduce stigma in our communities? I can start with Dr. Harharan. Please go ahead, Dr. Harharan.
Yeah, can you repeat that question? Sorry, I thought you were asking the other panelists. I'm sorry. Please.
Okay, let me repeat. Would you tell us about how traditional music can be used as a channel to inform, to prevent, and to treat mental illnesses and reduce stigma in our communities?
Yes. Okay. Actually, if you look at the world music or world arena, music therapy is used widely in most of the hospitals and most of the universities, and they got music and medicine wing. So when it comes to mental health, you must make the person's mind and body to adjust to the music. He must be able to listen to the music in a therapeutic way, not on a relaxing mode. Most of the people listen to the music on a relaxing mode. This is a therapeutic, so you must make the person adjust to listen to the music as a treatment. So if you encourage him in or make him listen, then it gives you a strength and cure your illness. And mental health is no problem, because I have treated many senior citizens in Singapore and Texas. They have Alzheimer's and Parkinson. They have recovered almost 80% with the music, with my traditional music, Indian music. So it is very powerful media, because music is listening, and listening means it goes to your mind, and mind makes your mind, mental strength. So it is a related cycle, and the music helps you 80% success in, treating your mental instability.
Thank you very much. Beata, can you try to answer this question as well?
Thank you very much. From the cognitive perspective of the music therapy, to intervene in the mental health and support of the people who do not manage returning to the society, music therapy can help them securize, stimulate reactions, response to the music, to allow regression, working on the traumatic or any other problems, mental problems, not resolved, discharge, catalyze dischargement, emotional dischargement, equilibrate and relax mentally the person, and on base of that, help them to readjust and imagine a better future.
Thank you very much. Dr. Arian, I'm channeling this question to you. You are a researcher and a professional music therapist with a focus in traditional music. Would you tell us about the therapeutic roles of traditional music in addressing mental health illnesses?
Okay, see, the mental health happens because of several factors. It may be depression, or maybe stress, or anxiety, or family issues, or financial issues, so many things. So finally, it affects your mind. So when a person is unstable, you call him mental health. He need not be insane person, like a neuro. But if a person is mentally unstable because he is stressed or he is anxious. So to that, there are different types of music which flows. For example, I use for a heart patient, very, very subtle musical instruments. And as you saw now, for a pain, I use very hard sound to relieve the pain. And like for mental strain or mental stress that you has mental health, you have to play the music which is very, very soft, like the flute or the santoor or the sitar. And you have to play very, very slow music without rhythm, so that his mind is very much controlled and focused to listen to the music. So these music sounds get into the body and lubricates and releases the hormones which are not necessary. So the music is composed in such a way that it helps the mental strength to restore to the normalcy, and takes 6 to 7 weeks.
Great. Great. Thank you very much for the great answer. Beata, I come back to you now. So would you tell us how traditional music has played a role in tackling mental health illnesses in Rwanda and its related issues?
Thank you. So the model of musicotherapy I am using is cognitive, based on psychotherapy, where music is used as a communication tool in perceptive or active techniques. And Rwandan traditional music I implemented into this model of music therapy, thinking about survivors of genocide when I was doing my master degree, and I tested it in Poland on orphans, Polish orphans, and music. Well, children responded very positively. They could relax, they could be stimulated without understanding lyrics, and with such different melody and rhythmicity, they could feel and emotionally progress in different techniques I've used. Then coming to Rwanda, Rwandan traditional music was the one tool I used to work with orphans and widows, the most vulnerable survivors of 1994 genocide against Tutsi. And it was the right, however, for me, difficult tool, because normally in this therapy, I always used classical music, but the music, traditional Rwandan music, for me was the most correct, in sense of having semantic and musical archetypes incorporated into the music as a one connecting artistic language to Rwandan people. And with groups I have worked, traditional music based on Rwandan traditional male and female songs, dancing songs, instrumental music recorded by Central Museum from Tervuren, and some quite modern creation of traditional composers like Kayibanda, Masamba. Those songs also were very useful and very connecting to the spirituality, to the patient I worked with. They responded very well, even out of lyrics being Rwandans themselves. And Rwandan traditional music in my interventions allowed to stimulate patients, to engage discussion about what they hear from music, how they understand. It's allowed to go deeply to the traumatic problems. The regression was secure. They felt secure. They engaged in the therapeutic process very fast. And we could also train the new behaviors. It's psychotherapeutic work in group, and it was very successful.
Thank you, Beata, for that. Maybe while you are still responding to that specific question, I want to follow up with another question to make the connection. So you have used traditional music, as you said, to improve mental health of widow and girl survivors of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. So would you tell us more about the outcome of this intervention?
In case of intervention with widow survivors of genocide, in 75% victims after genocide with AIDS, and who lost in majority all family members, and who never played music, never sang. Music therapy with Rwandan traditional music was the place to connect. They never, at the time I could work with widows, it was the first time they could even start to talk about traumatic experience from genocide, and it was allowed just thanks to music, because they simply came to listen, came to play. And as this music therapy approach connects with everything, all world out from the music, so about the whole world within the person in the response to the music, to what they hear, from what I present, what I let them listen, or what they play. And that allowed us to go deeply, to reflect, and them to see and to observe what they are living. We've found many widows with somatic symptoms of insomnia, of mutism, of isolation, emotional dissociation. We can say depression, however, at that time there was no clinical cases of depression. And with our process, they could, first of all, release emotions. Many sessions were very, very hard for them, but music invited them again, come back and work again, and they always express willing to listen to the music. They even ask some specific songs, melodies they know. And slowly by slowly, the body was released. We could work more and calmly on what and how they understand the past, the traumatic past. And at the end, they felt with person within group as a family members. They even constructed a group and they wanted to meet out of a music therapy group. And in next step of our intervention with widows, they wished and they create their own association to build the future economically. So for us, it was really great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing the great news and how you got to the outcome of your intervention. So my last second question will be directed to Dr. Haren. Dr. Haren, the state of this world right now is in an urgent need of healing, specifically during this pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. What are the benefits of turning to alternative and traditional music therapy as a way to cope with physical, spiritual, and mental stress?
Yes, that is a good question because, see, the international, I don't know, this COVID is affected the entire world. So there must be a common factor why the entire world is being affected by this spurious virus, and how music can help. Is an alternative treatment because, as you know, there is no vaccine for this particular COVID. There is no medicine. So music is there, which can act as an alternative or a substitute treatment or a healing technique. So we have to address the issue. It is not the entire, you cannot approach the 50 million people now, the widespread. So the main approach is, I mentioned in the talk, the entire health episode is created by one planet, which is called the Rahu, which is now being focusing on the earth. So this Rahu in the format of the virus is spreading all over the world. And I played a song, if you listen to that, that song was composed by one of our composer almost 300 years before for all the 9 planets. So if you can listen to this particular song, which is created about 500 years, or not 300, 500 years before, it can really smoothen the negative influence of the planet. That is one way of approaching to tackle this COVID-19. Another is, of course, the music. There are, when you say the mental health, you know, the mind is affected by the moon. The moon affects one's mind or the mental strength. So you have to address your music to the moon for your mental strength and to the COVID-19 for the Rahu. So it's a kind of a astronomical come musical approach that I have diagnosed and treating the mental illness and the COVID-19 simultaneously. And it helps. But there's no proven record because it is just started to get in. So over the time of maybe about 1 year, 2 years, we'll have some effect on this COVID-19 with the traditional music.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haren. So my last question is a general question that I will ask you both. How do you think music therapy will develop in the future? Let me start with Beata.
Okay, music therapy is already used in many disciplines, in pedagogy, general, special, in re-education, rehabilitation, psychiatry, and so on. And looking to Rwanda, rebuilding its own identity in many aspects of it, cultural identity has a strong point to play in rebuilding the mental health of Rwandans. And wherever is the cause of illness, of pathology, if it's first or second generation of post-traumatic, post-genocide syndrome, stress syndrome, or it is normal pathologic mechanism coming out through the life and development with many difficulty. It should be supported by I will say, traditional way of educating for children and young ones. I am myself working on revitalizing the Itorero education system and to be able to incorporate it in the modern education. It builds self-confidence, but it's in preventions. It could help to not allow Rwandans to go into pathology and mental weaknesses. So for me, in education, as today in your previous panels, Chris said, it should be, music therapy should be used as a tool, as a technique in education. I am using this too in my music education lessons. It should be widely consciously used as a tool for the prevention before we go to the deep problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beata, for the answer. To you, Dr. Harhan.
Yeah, see, as the panelist said, it should be part of the education. But if you look at the entire world, people use this music therapy above 50 mostly. So it must come down to the younger generation as a part of the treatment. It should not be alternative or a substitute, but part of the medicine system, just like music and medicine. The music therapy also should be treated at home from the age of, as she said, from the younger generation, which is not prevalent now. And it should be widely spread in the hospitals also, so that there must be more music therapists working with the people in the palliative care in the hospitals and elsewhere. And of course, in the education system, it must be brought in as a curriculum, a compulsory curriculum.
Thank you very much. I'd like to know if we have some questions asked from the virtual audience. We have some. Okay, thank you. Let us quickly direct this question from the virtual audience to Dr. Harhan. There is a question that asks, some of the songs you mentioned are older than 200 years old. What efforts have been done or can be made to preserve these songs and the practices for future use? Dr. Harhan.
Yeah, these are already available in India. If you look at all these are available, made use by people in everyday life. All the songs and which is more than 340, it is still in use now. So I want the Western world to use these songs, specifically the planetary songs and the mantras and the chants, so that they can be used. And it is available in digital format. If anybody could contact me, I can give them free with no charge. And there's a music therapy app is available in India. People can make use of that. You can go to Google Play Store and go for Indian music therapy. You will get all these songs online. You can download and listen. So it's available for future use in the Play Store.
Thank you. The second question is, in many cultures, music once had the role of healing for individuals and for entire communities. Do you think music has lost the important function? If so, when and how did this happen?
Yes. See, this question is very relevant in India, because in India, we have no music therapy in our curriculum. No music therapy at all. But Western world, it is very, very well-developed music therapy system in the universities, hospitals, etc. So as you said, it has lost its relevance from its origin, which was in India about 2000 years before. So your question should be addressed to where it lost. We don't know where it is lost, but he had to rebuild it. And rebuild, there are universities, there are schools, there are colleges. They can help us revive the loss which is already done in music therapy, especially in India.
Thank you very much. The last question from our virtual audience is, you talked about two different patient positions, seated and lying down, for applying music therapy. Could you tell us more about that?
Yes. When you do the chanting, there'll be text, there'll be words, which you cannot lie down and recite. So you have to listen to the chants or the recite or repeat the chant. That you can do only when you are in a sitting posture and completely focused. With the music, you must lie down because you must be on a sleeping mode. And it is mostly instrumental music that I have created for music therapy. There are no text, no words, no sound except the music. So that gets into the body when you listen, lie down and focused. So there are two different ways of listening to the text on a sitting posture, to the music on a lying posture, so that it is completely focused when you do the healing sessions.
Thank you very much. So I have two questions, two small questions from the virtual audience to Beata as well. So the first question asks, how is cognitive music therapy different from other forms of therapy? What drew you to these particular types of therapy? In your practice, do you collaborate with different approach?
My experience with music therapy based on intervention, I documented, I published. Then after I was actively teacher, and I really appreciate many different music therapy approaches, but cognitive, based on the psychotherapy, which defines music as a language and music work as a process, linguistic process. So if, why this one? It was the one model that exists and is developed in Poland. And it speaks to me very much because as a pedagogue, educator, music educator, this method meets the educative methods of music with children and young ones, mentioning methods of ORFs that touch the active techniques. So it's really very similar, close, but the purpose and psychological work behind that is developed more to the purpose of treatment of helping mentally the patients. Yeah, I think.
The last question, our friend from the virtual audience wants to know, how can traditional music survive the digital age? Can it reinvent itself? Reinvent?
Traditional music?
Yes.
Of course, I think, if I understand well the question, it's what is happening now. The music I gave examples of, Cecil Kairebga's, Florida Uera's music. Those are the actually created music. Some of them, in case of Cecil Kairebga, Florida Uera is creating her own music, very based, very stylized on traditional ones. The rhythmicity, melodicity is traditional one. Everyone who feels this can dance it. So it's never died. Even I think many people who comes to Rwanda and see Rwandan dancing and singing, I felt it when I came first time, that traditional music is living and dance is alive in Rwanda still. In my country, in my continent, it's already folklore. We are not doing this. It's revitalizing now. Modern troupe bands actually incorporate Polish elements into actual modern pop music, rock music. So, and it's happening. Masamba's creation and a lot of modern composers, I don't remember names, they are incorporating elements of traditional Rwandan music. And it will, I am sure it will never die if education system uses those creation, those composition, traditional one and modern, which based on traditional elements, and repeat this and transmit it to the future generation, it will never die, I am sure.
If I can build on my question from there,
yes,
to follow up. So don't you think that it will be hard to differentiate traditional music from modern music in the future?
In case of Rwandan creation, Rwandan industry, definition of folklore says that folklore it's the music that we cultivate, we adapt, and we repeat the old forms. But Rwandan culture is alive, and it will never be, we never will become folklore if it's used and it's modernized, slowly by slowly modernized, create on base of basic elements of music, rhythmicity and melodicity. And if it continues to develop slowly by slowly, as even dances, choreography of dances, it's still over and over, new and new. So if it's developing, if it's new, but based on general critical elements of traditional music and dance, it will be allow people, future generation, to use it, to do it, to sing, to dance, and not put it on the cupboard, not put it on the side, to not make from this a folklore. So I think differentiation, it's whatever you want to see in the traditional music. I think the most important in perspective of my country, where our traditional music is no longer such popular and so used like in the past 50 years ago even, I would wish for Rwanda to not be complexed by transforming slowly by slowly traditional music, but document every steps of creation, the first form, then the steps of every transformation, to document it digitally by writing. There are different notations for dance, for music. You can document how you want. If everything is documented, defined, and everyone knows that was from this period, why it was transformed like that, what it meant, what's the semantic message from this transformation. So it's huge, it will create the history of how the traditional, because tradition is what we own, what defines us, and it's transformed as this transform society and nation as they change.
Thank you very much for these wonderful discussions and insight around the topic titled Therapeutic Roles and the roles of traditional music in tackling mental health. And you have tried to discuss from your experience and from different settings, including Rwanda and India as well. So thank you very much, Beata, for being with us today. And thank you, Dr. Hariharan, for joining us today as well.
Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, before concluding this session, we still have one performer to follow. And our last performer tonight is Dr. Lasanti from Sri Lanka. Dr. Lasanti Mananjarani Kalinga Donai is a visiting faculty member at the University of Ljubljana, Slovenia, and the University of Kelenia, Sri Lanka, and certified arts in Indian classical music at the Sri Lanka Broadcasting Corporation. She earned her BA degree in fine arts from the University of Kelania, Sri Lanka, and a master's in music degree in North India classical music violin under Professor Balaji from the Banaras Hindu University in India, and a PhD in musicology with focus in medical ethnomusicology and music therapy from the University of Ljubljana. As a scholar and a performer, singer, violinist, she gave presentations in a dozen countries in Asia, Europe, and North America. She represents Sri Lanka in International Council for Traditional Music and serves as a member of the advisory board of the Human Dignity and Humanization Studies. Her past services include the jury of the International Ethno Festival Context Voices of the Golden Steppe, Astrakhan, Russia, and the advisory board of the State Musical Review of Children with Special Needs in Slovenia. She is the author of several scholarly publications, including the book Music and Healing Rituals of Sri Lanka, their relevance for community music therapy and medical ethnomusicology. Before jumping to the performance, allow me to take you through the message from one of her songs. In her performance today, Dr. Lasanti will focus on Sri Lankan traditional rural songs. Dr. Lasanti's songs have morally rich messages serving as kind of informal education in rural settings and aiming at strengthening mental health. These songs, which point to the strong connection with nature, provide practical lessons for life, happiness, and well-being. They also help cope with the ongoing socio-economic imbalances, with the awareness of unethical behavior, with women facing unwanted attention from men, and with ignorance towards elderly parents. Ethical strength of this message can be applied to mental, physical, economic, social, religious, political, communicational, and other aspects of life. For example, one of her beautiful songs, which is titled Badagini Wela, is an educational folk song that teaches children not to neglect old parents and to treat them with love and dignity. The lyrics feature a hungry mother who visited her grown-up son at his home, asking him to provide her with food. The son presented her with a handful of paddy raw rice, leaving the mother sad and uncertain whether to accept it or not. At the end, she murmured, "My dear son, did I measure my milk when I was breastfeeding you?" Ladies and gentlemen, let us follow Lasanti's performance. Lasanti, the floor is yours.
Bambarun at Varad neti kale pipene Mal kala पलकत हानी नती पमर कपन आय नरका दिए याती
piece of beautiful music that we just listened to. As a reminder, before going to sleep, we should be listening to healing music. Sometimes some of us watch movies, watch news and everything that is distracting our mind. And we should be taking time to detox our mind, spirit, and body before going to sleep, because this can have a lasting effect on our stress levels, but also on our mental health. So traditional music can heal our health, we heard that. And if you don't know much about your traditional music, that's okay. Maybe it's time that you call your grandpa or your grandma to ask them about the traditional music that they're most associated with. Or you can visit one of the art or music galleries that are close to you. So I'd like to say great thanks to Henry, who moderated our panel discussion, and our panelists for sharing their wisdom and experiences with us. I would like to say a special thanks to Dr. Beata Shaka for sharing her journey working with the survivors of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in their healing journey. She also reminded us the importance of integrating music into education as a way of preventing mental health issues rather than reaching a place of treatment. So throughout the day today, we heard that there are a lot of lasting positive effects of photography, but also music. So next time when you listen to music, know that you are healing, you are processing your emotions, positive or negative, that's okay. Because music is therapeutic, it is a human connector. Music is a soul restorer, music is an expression of thoughts. Music is for children, women, and men. Music is for the rich and the not so rich. Music is universal, music is spiritual, music is actually love. Ladies and gentlemen, this last panel just led us to the end of day 3 of Hamwe Festival. Did you have fun? Did you enjoy the sessions, performances, music, and art exhibition? Tell us how today felt for you using our different social media. I would like to say immensely thank you to our guest of honor, Dr. Zuberi Muvunyi, who is the Director General of Clinical and Public Health Services at the Rwanda Ministry of Health. I would like to thank you, our audience. I would like to thank our panelists and our panel moderators. And I also would like to recognize our supporters, the Wellcome Trust, the French Embassy in Rwanda, Institut Français, and Hangat. So we have more. Tomorrow, we still have a conversation from all over the globe. These are for you. They are going to be including outsider arts, which is a session that I'm particularly interested in. We're going to continue our mental health project that we have started yesterday and continue today. We're going to be having a conversation with Ganza Moise, who is a Rwandan filmmaker. We're going to be discussing on Limbo or Amazinda Yazindutse, which is a short film exploring the theme of depression in the Rwandan context. We'll also be having a conversation with Liza Ndejuru, who is a Rwandan psychotherapist, and we're also going to be having the same conversation with Odile Gakire Katese, who is also a Rwandan artist. We'll also be having an important conversation on building mental health system in the Rwandan context, focusing on the role of culture and language. Again, tomorrow, we'll continue a conversation on digital exhibitions that we have started yesterday with Krista and today with Alice. And then we're going to be watching a documentary called Life Interrupted. So I would like to share a bit more about this particular session, which is a documentary feature movie about breast cancer. Intimately chronicles the lives and experiences of 3 unique survivors, including filmmaker Paula Mozen herself, from diagnosis, treatment, and life beyond. Assumptions and myths about the disease and preventions are explored, and each woman continues on cancer treatment, including chemotherapy, lumpectomy, bilateral mastectomy, and to fight for their lives. These women are confronting a life-altering diagnosis, and they respond to their disease process and the rebuilding of their lives with honesty, dignity, humor, and grace, of course. So tomorrow at 7:30 Central African time, we'll be hosting a session focusing on exploring the lives of breast cancer survivors. On this panel, we'll have the director of the film herself, Paula Mozen, with us, along with 2 other leaders who support women suffering from breast cancer. We at Hamwe Festival have worked together with Paula to make this film available to our audience who are you. So we'll share the link on our social media platform. So please take a look and watch it before tomorrow's conversation. We are going to be having very authentic conversations, we promise you. So our last session of the day tomorrow will be a conversation with Tsoku Maera, which is a conversation that's going to be focusing on how photography, film, and text can be used to document the present, among other discussion points that we have on the agenda of the session. We are very grateful to you for making this virtual festival a wonderful event where we are all connected as humans despite the current challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Tonight, I would like to invite you to listen to good music that enlightens your mind. Please do it with a present spirit, and if you can explore some great photography done by your favorite artist, please do that. Also do visit our art gallery displayed virtually during this festival. And on this note, I would like to wish you a wonderful night and rest of your days where you are in the world. Bye-bye, and thank you.